Where to begin? It takes absolutely no fucking effort to sit there and watch what went on last night with the Eagles. By the way, it takes no athleticism to show up and play hard. I thought I was watching a Brandon Staley coached football team last night. It was like watching Brandon Staley coach. A football team just absolutely didn't want to be there. And that means everyone. Veterans. Everyone. Every single person didn't want to be there, including your quarterback, who I'm going to take a gigantic shit on today. $50 million? Son, you put more question marks for me on you and your future as a star in that league last night. Don't shake your head. Go do something. I'm sick and tired of coddling that guy. All of you people coddle him. He sucked. He was the worst player on the field last night. Baker Mayfield outplayed his ass. You had zero chance of winning that fucking game. I mean, I thought I was watching Brandon Staley, like I said, in Matt Nagy coach a team. I am sick and tired of not going knee deep into their ass. Well, you're getting it. By the way, I got another guy that's going to help me get knee deep in your ass. That's Angelo Cataldi at the bottom of the hour. Angie and I will go ass kicking. You know how some people go fishing? We're going ass kicking. You guys thought you were going to come on here and go, hey, Shoes, I told you. You had no chance. No chance. Oh, by the way, I want you Eagle fans and all you Eagle pundits to stop talking about Mike Vrabel, Mike Tomlin, Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll. You want to know the list you're going to be going off of? Brian Johnson, OC Lions. Okay? Bobby Slowick, OC Texans. Frank Smith, OC Dolphins. Brian Callahan, OC Bengals. Shane Waldron, OC Seahawks. Dave Canales, OC Bucks. Mike Kafka, OC Giants. Adam Stanvich, OC Packers. You see a dumbass over here that says wrong, Sills? Name me a coach that guy is hired that's been a veteran head coach in the National Football League as the head dude. Name me one in his 30 years. He hasn't and he won't. Don't do that. Don't make stuff up that he hasn't done. He's never hired a veteran NFL head coach, ever. And he won't now. And he won't now. These are the list of your guys. You go sit at the little kids' table. You're not getting Mike Vrabel to go to Philly. If Mike Vrabel or any of those guys go to Philly, Howie Roseman's fired. Howie Roseman's fired. Not doing that. The day you hire a veteran NFL head coach is the day Roseman's not in the building. Until that day, stop pretending. Every single show on my network, and the radio shows in town, we're talking about all the big name guys. Where is the precedent for that? Oh, he's going to change. Why would they change? They were just in a Super Bowl 12 months ago. Why would they change how they think? This is going to be another year or two before they change philosophy. Get used to this. They're not changing shit in the front office. They're not changing anything. Stop pretending like they're going to. They're blaming the coaches for this. Do you know the one thing the 2023 season exposed? How much power the head coach in Philadelphia doesn't have. We already knew when Sirianni was 2-5 that he's not a good play caller. What made you think he was going to all of a sudden invent himself into being Kyle Shanahan or Andy Reid? What made you think that? This is a process to get to where you want to go. You still got some years left. You do. Let's go to the takeaways of the game last night. Just the poor effort. I mean, poor effort. Players, coaches. And the most crippling thing of all, it was a lack of will. You didn't want to be there in a playoff game. Dude, you can't coach that. In essence, the Eagles coaches and players quit. You got a team of quitters and a coaching staff of quitters. Everyone quit. Man, I'd rather go down swinging than quit. Reports are that A.J. Brown was in Atlantic City last night. Why wasn't he with his team? Why wasn't he with his team last night? I mean, I was at the game last night. About 8 rows from the Eagle coach or bench. BJ and Nick did not work. Hey, Tone, can you put that super chat up for me, please? Asbury's the worst corner. I got all that. No, the one before that, the $9 one, please. I was at the game last night, 8 rows up. They're at Raymond James, right behind the Eagle bench. BJ and Nick did not work with Jalen at all on the sideline. I didn't see any adjustments made on the sidelines. No fire in Jalen. It was just terrible. Jalen Hurts was god-awful. Last night, he was god-awful. 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 Teams in anarchy. Baker Mayfield outplayed Hurts all night long. What did I tell you what happened? Remember I said this yesterday to you, Tone and I was talking? If the Bucs can run the ball, it's over. And the Bucs ran the ball, and it was over. And I knew it. When I saw guys missing tackles and not even putting the effort in, it was over. That thing was never close. It may have been close in score, but the Bucs should have put a 55 burger on them. The Bucs. You've been killed in the last 2 months by Baker Mayfield, Tommy DeVito, Tyrod Taylor, and Drew Lock. Killed. How's that possible? The Bucs defense was outstanding. You know the only person that showed up last night? Who's the only professional on that football team last night? It's not hard to find. There was only one pro on that team last night. He did his business. He went about his business. And he showed up, as he always does, because he's the only adult in the building. That was Devontae Smith. Absolutely, Tone. That's the only guy that showed up last night. You can always count on him. That's a guy to build your team and your future around. Eagles won't make a philosophical change until Howie's. That's right. You should be very proud of Devontae Smith on your team. He embodies the city of Philadelphia. Kelce showed up. I should have known that it was over when they stopped the brotherly shove. How appropriate that the brotherly shove was stopped and Kelce retires. I think that was a poignant moment in his career. I'm done. And he goes out on top as an all-pro. Remember what I told you? And I told Angelo, who will join us at the bottom of the hour. Remember what I told you guys? In 2 years, you're a 5-win team. How do you think that looks now? You're a 5-win team in 2 years. Worst tackling team in the league. Offensive coaches showed me that they cannot play without A.J. Brown, and Jalen Hurts cannot play without A.J. Brown. Yeah, the kid from Pitt, Kelce, destroyed the entire interior of the offensive line. Cam Jurgens was annihilated. They need a running back. Coaches have been exposed for the job they don't do. Can I tell you something? What do you guys think the most important thing a head coach is? What's the most important job that a head coach has in National Football League? What do you think? What do you think the most important? We're going to get to the numbers here in a second. What do you think the most important job that a NFL head coach has? Motivator? Authority? The number one job that an NFL head coach has to have, and he has to have this ability. Do you know what that is? Which game were you watching? Hey, Prince, your boy sucked. What game were you watching? Your boy sucked. He's a one-year wonder until otherwise notified. 1-year wonder. I'm sick of that. Show me some consistency, son. Show me some consistency. Jalen sucked. His 23 season sucked. You're not getting me. Your boy blew out loud. Baker Mayfield was better this year. You have nothing to stand on. Nothing. Except overpaying somebody. Overpaying. You ain't getting any breaks here, kid. You're in the wrong show. Prince, you better go to one of those fan waving shows because everyone's getting their ass kicked. Do you know the number one job that an NFL head coach has to have? He has to be a problem solver. He has to have answers. Sean McDermott couldn't figure it out what was going on. Had to do something. Had to do something. Do you know that the Bills haven't lost a ball game? I don't think since the Eagle game. They had to win out. McDermott rallied the troops. Kyle Shanahan, 3-game losing streak. Trey Lance disaster. Came up with answers. Problem solving. Your guy had no answers for anything, and anything that they thought they had answers for were all wrong decisions. You know why? He's not a decision maker. As I've told you from day one, he's a fucking cheerleader. I never thought he was a coach from day one. All of you did. Some of you, even on my network, are calling him Coach of the Year. I'm like, that guy is not a coach. It's so simple to see. You know, it's funny. My wife goes to me all the time. How do you know? How do you spot that? Because it's simple. Dedication, the attention to detail, authority, conviction, standing up for your guys. That's all coaching. By the way, you don't have to be, when it comes to discipline, old school kick people in the ass and screaming at people. Attention to get this. Dedication and attention to detail. Let me just say this to you. That's timeless. Hurts showed no leadership. Absolutely, Carmina. Zero. I'm going to get to him in a minute. Showed zero leadership. Instead, that fucking shaking his head. Stop it, kid. Stop it. I don't want shaking of the head. Get out there and make a play. And hey, Jalen, stop making business decisions. I'm convinced it's not the organization, it's you. You're protecting your wallet? Is that what you're doing now? Because unless otherwise notified, you're protecting your wallet. And you did all year. That's a you decision. I thought you were going to play balls to the wall. You were a businessman last night. And I do blame you for that. Kid, Boomer Esiason said something a long time ago. You got to learn to play with your contract. And he hasn't figured it out yet. Jalen Hurts was a businessman last night. Dude, I would never want that quarterback as my starting quarterback on my football team ever. Not happening. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. Not happening. That's Carson Wentz all over again. And a lot of come to Jesus conversations need to happen here. Let's go by the numbers on how you got your ass kicked by the Bucs. 9 points. You know, that's what the Bucs scored last week against Carolina. 9 points. They put up 32. Should have put up 42 or 52 on you. You had 13 first downs. Bucs had 23. You were 0 for 9 on third down. Way to go, Jalen. Worst game of his professional football career were in Tampa. His first playoff game and his last playoff game. This guy doesn't like playing in Tampa, I guess. Bucs are 6 of 14. The Bucs had 69 plays, and the Eagles had only 53 plays. 426 in total yards the Bucs put on them. The Eagles had 276, another shit performance. Here it is. Buccaneers, 119 yards, 4 yards a pop. Game's over. You had 42. DeAndre Swift was not an upgrade to Miles Sanders. And to that fact, when they took Jalen Hurts away in the run game, your best running back last year was Jalen Hurts. So you didn't replace two running backs, Hurts and Sanders. 15 attempts. 15 attempts with no A.J. Brown. You did nothing that was going to be conducive to the Bucs. And the Bucs ruined you. Vita Vea and them dudes, Kelce, destroyed you. No turnovers in the game. And the Bucs annihilate you. Hurts, 25 of 35, 250. Bullshit numbers. Mayfield, 22 of 36, 337, 3 touchdowns, 119.8 quarterback rating. Dominated. I told you not to let White get going. 4 yards a pop, 72 yards, 18 carries. Swift, 3-4, 10 carries. Only guy that showed up was Devontae Smith, 8 for 148. The tight end, Otten, you had no answers for. And I don't even know who he is. I have no idea who he is. I think Mayfield hit 9 different guys. 9 different guys. What an embarrassing performance. Absolutely embarrassing. Embarrassing. Now to Jalen Hurts. Son, I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point to you here. I'm gonna make a point about before I go into this here about Jalen Hurts here. I'm gonna say this to you here. This is gonna be about right now, and then I'll expand on it. I think he made quite a few business decisions this year once he got his money. And I think the money did affect him now because his performance was indicated and dictated it. I have completely looked at what I have always thought of him, and I think he's a quality kid. I think he works hard. I think he's proud of what he's done. I think he's accomplished a lot in his young career, but I also think he's got a mountain of ways to go. And they have rushed the process here. They should never have given him that contract. And one of my topics at the beginning of the year was, do you think you paid him too soon? And I now am more convinced than ever. They paid him too soon. He's not a $50 million a year guy. Not the way that they want to use him. Last year was a $50 million performance. This year, I wouldn't pay him 40. Dude, you're getting beat by people that are terrible and backups and journeymen and gap quarterbacks, and you're getting beat on a weekly basis. You're getting outplayed every week now. He's getting outplayed every week. Every week, he's getting outplayed. Every week. Some go like this. Well, Sills, it's the coaching. If it's the coaching, fight back. Do something different. Stand up. Jalen Hurts was the worst leader I've ever seen as a starting quarterback last night. He showed nothing but defeat. From the first series. You don't like hearing it, do you? But I'm right. Long way to go, kid. Long way to go. Now, Carmina, I don't believe Jalen played like a self-centered. I just think there's 11 individuals out there in that huddle right now, and it's a one-on-one offense. And that's how they look at themselves, as one-on-one. Kelce's retiring. Lane's probably thinking about it. AJ's on an island by himself in Atlantic City somewhere. The only guy's a pro, like I said. Swift's out of there. He knows he's not coming back. And then you have the $50 million guy. And you have incompetent coaches. You have a remedy for absolute and complete utter meltdown. That's why you saw your owner stewing last night. He saw the body language of everyone. He saw the body language of quitters. Complete and utter failure by the entire organization after such a marvelous year. You know, once again, I'll go back to that Jeff Kerr comment. The ability for Philadelphia to sustain success, you can't stay in a relationship long enough. You just can't. You can't maintain success. You're not capable of it. It's your insecurity as an organization. You're not secure in what you do. You're not secure in who you hire. You believe you have a philosophy and instead of letting others bring their philosophy. You see, you know what creativity is? I've told people this before when I get asked a question about doing this job. You know what happens to the most of the people that are like hosts and people who are broadcasters and talent that are involved in this? I told you this before. Most of the time, people get hired and they get real big jobs and they've got these real big bosses who want to try to change you. Do you know the key to being a good leader, coach, program director, head of programming? You know what they do? No idea is a bad idea. No idea is a bad idea. Once again, I will tell you, the number one job as an NFL head coach, and I've been fortunate enough to have Jimmy Johnson. You know what that is? Problem solving. Problem solving. Digging them out of holes like McVay did this early in the year. Or how about McDermott in Buffalo? How about the 3-game losing streak in San Francisco? Kyle Shanahan. This clown, Pinocchio, Sirianni, had no answers. And you know what? My man, Angelo Cataldi, who has been interviewing this clown for 3 years. Seriously, man, he's right. He was interviewing Bozo. I cannot believe how right on he's been. The Bible of sports fans in Philadelphia loud, our friend Angelo. My God almighty.
Dan, you're right. By the way, you're right. Problem solving. That's how you know if a guy can coach. Did this guy solve any problems this year? Anything? Even when they were 10-1, they were 29th in pass defense. Did he fix it? Did anything happen? Did he know how to fix anything? Nick Sirianni needs to be fired today. Not tomorrow's too late, Dan. He needs to go today so the pain in the city of Philadelphia can start to, go away a little bit. Because right now, man, not happy.
How shocked were you, Angelo? How shocked were you last night with the lack of effort and will of the team?
Yeah, that was a big part of it. The tackling. Wow. Even Hurts once passed up a block. But Hurts normally, he's the guy, he's going to give it to you every play. No, they had checked out. They were done weeks ago. They were done before the Arizona game. You don't lose to Arizona, right? They were done before the last Giants game where they got clobbered, killed. Look, we've all, in Philadelphia, we have met our share of disappointment, starting with 1964. There are people still alive who watched the Phillies collapse in the last week of the season. This is second to that. This is second of that. This is the second worst collapse by a Philadelphia sports team in our history. And you don't survive that if you were the coach of it. You can't survive it. He's got to go today. I'm begging you today. Not tomorrow. It's too late tomorrow.
You think that they're in the process right now of evaluating that, Angelo, where you think he's fired by the end of the week?
It all comes down to a simple thing. How much of the decisions that were made were not his anyway? I'll give you an example. When they panicked a few weeks into this collapse and went from Sean Desai to Matt Patricia, I do not for a second believe that was a decision made by Nick Sirianni. I think that was a decision made by the guys that brought Matt Patricia in, despite all he did in the last 2 or 3 gigs he had was fail spectacularly. And they said, no, let's bring Matt Patricia in. And then they saw that they were 10-3 at the time, and they went, yeah, no, let's bring in this veteran mind. He'll be great. And somehow, improbably, he took an awful defense and made it worse, right? So they may look at that and go, well, that wasn't Nick. What it will come down to is, who are they going to find that's as big a puppet as Nick Sirianni? Because all they seem to want now are puppets. It's why they lost Doug Peterson. It's why they brought this guy in who had no clue what he was doing. And what are they going to do? They're going to go out and get another offensive or defensive coordinator from someplace who never had a head coaching job? Is that how it's going to work? No. Yeah. You want the answer? I'll give you the answer right now. Mike Vrabel's the answer. Mike Vrabel's a good coach. Mike Vrabel will not. You know what the first thing he would do if they brought in Mike Vrabel? He would announce the country club is closed. No more taking off the preseason, no playing in the preseason to get ready. No more bend with don't break defense, which breaks anyway. No more of not figuring out how to stop a blitz because they never had a. Last night, Dan, did you ever see a blitz less camouflaged than what Todd Bowles was doing last night? He was telegraphing it, and they couldn't figure out a damn thing to do. No, it's all got to happen now. It's got to happen soon, and they got to change their philosophy, and they got to bring in a coach that they allow to do his job and get the hell out of the way and let a smart, strong-minded coach do the job. That's what they need to do.
Angelo, how disappointed were you in Hurts last night?
I was disappointed in him. He looked like he was done before they even started almost. He had the glove on his hand, and then before he even threw a ball, he pulls the glove off, and he's got this stuff on his. I don't think that was the reason he sucked. I believe part of the reason was he had very little time to get rid of the ball, and part of the reason was they don't make play calls that adjust to what the defense is doing. The play calling is atrocious. It was bad all year. So here's how I look at it. Last year, he was a terrific quarterback with Shane Steichen as his coach. So I'm not writing off Jalen Hurts because of this bad season. I'm saying I need him to be with a very good coach again and see if he can get back what he had in 2022. If he can't, then all right, now you got a problem because you're committed $250 million to him. But I am not saying we're at the end of the line with Jalen Hurts. We are at the end of the line with Nick Sirianni and all of the stiffs on his staff, possibly with the exception of Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach. Otherwise, I would clean house, get them all out. They don't know what they're doing.
How about this, Angelo? When you go back and I watch the last 3 games, and to me, it just seems that offense is so one-on-one driven. Like, hey, you go make a play. We'll try to get the ball to you. And then when you watch Sean McVay and Kyle, and you watch Brady up in Buffalo, you watch all these other guys getting these guys open, like the guy in Green Bay, all these routes that are designed to get guys open. It just seems to me in Philly, it's like one-on-one, go AJ, go make a play. You don't make a play, don't. It's just not creative enough. Do you think that
You're right.
do you think they'll go out? See, to me, Angelo, they're not going to look at Mike Vrabel. They're going to look at names like this: Brian Johnson, OC Lions; Slowick, OC Texans; Frank Smith, OC Dolphins. Lurie's never hired a former NFL head coach in his time since he's owned the team.
Right.
Do you think he breaks that now and does that?
If not now, never, because you can't have a bigger collapse than they had. All right. You can't do worse than they did the last 7 games. You went from the team that was going to have home field for the playoffs again, and you were the odds-on favorite to go back to the Super Bowl. And now you're out in the wild card round because you lost 6 out of 7. If that doesn't get you to change your philosophy, Dan, then nothing's going to get it. This is the ultimate test. Is he going to look at it and finally say, boy, I love that 1 year we won it. I think I'm going to get somebody in here who knows what he's doing, and I'm going to get the hell out of the way. And I'm going to take my son and his analytics with him. And I'm going to take Howie Roseman and say, Howie, just bring in some players and then get out of the way. Because we don't know how to coach. They don't know how to coach. Lurie has no idea how to coach. I don't care how many years he owned the team. Roseman, I think, is a solid GM. I really still have faith in him in talent evaluation. But I have no faith in him trying to decide who's coaching who and what they're doing. You need a coach to do that. Get the hell out of the way now. This is the test. The next few days, Dan, will tell you more about the Philadelphia Eagles and how they run than anything we've seen in a long time. How are they going to approach this? Are they going to keep the puppet in place and try to surround him with other people who will do their bidding? Or will they clean house and bring in somebody who's smart and strong and will take already a solid a talent base, not a great one now, they're going to lose some people, but a solid talent base, and build that back up? That's going to be the big test.
Do you think, Angelo, what's more of a priority in your mind? Firing Nick Sirianni or redefining the role of Howie Roseman and when it comes to football operations?
There is nothing that is a higher priority than getting Nick Sirianni out of that building. Nick Sirianni does not know how to coach. I'm not saying coach at a head coach level. I'm saying coach at any level. Keep in mind, they brought this guy in who was an offensive coordinator, right? And within 3 weeks of him being the head coach, whatever it was, he went, oh, I'm not that good at calling plays. And he gave the job to Steichen, right?
You sure he gave it, or do you think they took it?
Well, that's another good question. I don't know who did it, but he wasn't calling plays. So he wasn't calling plays on offense. He didn't fix the offense at any point. And he doesn't do much with defense, right? That was Gannon, and then it was Desai and Patricia. So what does he do? Is it because he's brilliant at news conferences? No, he actually sucks at that too. All he does is give you cliches and mumbo jumbo. So what exactly? That's the way I would start the assessment of Sirianni. Let's start by deciding what he does well. Does he create a good culture? Did you see the way the game was played yesterday? They didn't even want to play it. So the culture wasn't good. What was good that he did?
Nothing. I always wondered what his job was. Seriously, I didn't. After they took, because remember something, how the premise on why he was hired was because he was a great boutique supposed play designer. Yeah. And when he went 2-5, I went like this after when he got out to that 2-5 start, I went, okay, well then what exactly is his defining role now? He never really had a defining role except for jumping on benches, screaming at fans, and giving shitty press conferences and lying to the media. That's the only jobs that I really can ever think that he ever did that really were something that we remember. Remember something. Think about this, Angelo. I remember him lying at a press conference. I remember his shitty play calling. I remember him jumping on benches and screaming at Colts and Chief fans. That's the only thing I remember the guy did.
That's all he did. And if he were to get fired years from now, that's all people will remember. They won't remember that he went to a Super Bowl. Improbable as that is, he went to a Super Bowl. And what did they do? They fell apart in the second half. Couldn't stop a play. No, get him out.
Lovie Smith went to a Super Bowl too, Angelo.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay.
No, I'm telling you, Dan, that's the priority right now. because I still, a little part of me still fears that they will realize they will never find a better puppet than Nick Sirianni, and they'll find a way to polish this turd and bring him back. And I'll tell you right now, I'll give you Nostradamus is now appearing. 4-win team next year if he's back as the coach. 4 wins. You do the math on that. That would be 13 losses. That's what you're looking at if you bring this guy back now, because this thing is broken and nobody's putting this back together unless you bring in a whole new crew.
Would you bring in Frank Reich?
You know, that's an interesting one because that might be the one veteran guy Lurie would be willing to do, because Lurie has a good history with him. Reich has been good at working, you know, politically within what the Eagles have structured as the front office. He is definitely an offensive mind. He is way smarter than Sirianni will ever be. So it would be an upgrade for sure. But then you would have to ask yourself, all right, you know what? You've now addressed the offense. I think you'd be great for Hurts. There's a lot of good there. But, man, you better bring in a guy to run the defense who does not run the defense in the passive, stupid way they have run it from the time that Sirianni and Gannon got here. You need people. This name keeps coming up to me because Seth Joyner went on TV today and he said they need to fire Sirianni. I work with Seth, right? Seth Joyner is such a brilliant resource of football in this city. He is so smart, so aggressive, so tough, so inspiring. The fact that he's doing TV and radio instead of on that sideline is a disgrace. But they're afraid of him because he's strong. And look, I'm not saying he should be defensive coordinator. I make him my linebacker coach and I groom him to be that. That's the kind of mentality I would love for the Eagles to have.
Angelo, I've asked him on my program numerous times. And last year, I said, Seth, if the Philadelphia Eagles offered you the defensive coordinator position, would you take it? And on my program, actually, you were still on the air. WIP actually put it on the Twitter page. Seth said I would take the job, and I would take the job as defensive coordinator. Well, fast forward, I asked him like 2 weeks after that, and I said, did the Eagles ever contact you for any kind of advice or any kind of interview? And he goes, I reached out to them and asked them if we could have a conversation, and they had no interest in me coming aboard. He said that on my program here.
But they had interest in Sean Desai and Matt Patricia. Based on what? Based on what? No, this is the problem.
Look at DeMeco Ryans, what he's doing in Houston.
Oh, he was right here. And you saw when he was here, you said, wow, that guy's got it. That guy knows what he's doing. He's smart. He would be a great head coach, and he is. We let him go. Why? Again, I think it was too strong for Lurie.
Why are they so afraid of authority figures?
Because they're insecure, because they're based. Jeff Lurie, let's be honest here. Jeff Lurie was born on third base. He still thinks he hit a triple, right? Howie Roseman was an accountant and a lawyer, and they're running an NFL franchise. And they still look around every once in a while and they go, how the hell did we get this? This is great. Well, Lurie got it because his mother was a publishing magnate, and Roseman got it because Lurie got tired of Banner, and so he put his next buddy in. That's what Lurie does. You understand? They showed Lurie at the end of the game in the stand, up in the luxury box, and he looked crestfallen. Yeah, he's like really sad like this, right? You're going, yeah, but what are you going to do about it? Are you going to continue to find people who do your bidding, or are you going to bring in a guy that knows how to run a football team? When are you going to do it? If not now, Dan, never. This is the test right now.
Do you think that a person like Belichick would ever be on the minds of that guy, or do you think that's just way off the reservation?
Way off. Way off. That is no. The minute you would call in Bill Belichick is way too headstrong for them. That would be a no possibility whatsoever. That's why I said maybe Reich, because Reich could work with them. Belichick, within an hour, at the first meeting on a Tuesday in Jeff Lurie's office, where Lurie's saying, and here's my philosophy on this. And Belichick would look at him and go, your philosophy? What are you talking about? You have an owner. Yeah, you don't have a philosophy. Bring in people who run football. Would you bring in somebody to run your businesses, your billion-dollar sports team? Bring in people that know what they're doing. You don't. He doesn't. Anybody that thinks he does is kidding themselves.
How about this, Angelo? There was a story a couple days ago that Javon Hargrave, and Javon Hargrave is not a hot take guy. He now plays obviously for San Francisco, and he was on the George Kittle podcast, and it got posted in SF Gate, the newspaper out there that's with the Chronicle, and he was talking. He goes, Kyle Shanahan was talking about why it's important to run the ball on first down for us so that we can keep third down, third and short, play action pass and all that. And he sat there not meaning to throw any shade on Sirianni, but listen what he said. He goes like this. He goes, I learned more in 20 minutes of listening to Kyle Shanahan than anything I learned in the 2 years that I was in Philadelphia. And you knew who he was talking about when he said it. Yeah. He goes, in 20 minutes, I learned more listening why you run the ball immediately out of the gate for your quarterback and how important it is than anything I learned in Philadelphia. And I thought that was a true statement of what that guy in Philly does not know.
Oh, without a doubt. He also said in the same interview that he couldn't believe when he got to San Francisco how much more intensely they practiced, how much more prepared they were for games because of what they did in practice, not being timid all the time about the possibility of injuries. That's why I said that the first announcement after they get rid of Sirianni is the country club is closed. All right. They need to attack it much more. As for running the ball early, Dan, I don't know if you were as entertained as I was, but Troy Aikman was there, right? And I was listening to him. And I like Troy Aikman. I feel he teaches me some football. And he starts out and he goes, let me tell you what the Eagles are going to do here. I've talked to some people. They're going to pound the ball. They're going to shorten that clock so the defense isn't on the field as much. And they're going to use the strength of their offensive line and pound the ball. First down, run. Second down, first down. They get first down on the first two plays runs. The remainder of the first half, they ran the ball one time. Hurts is getting devoured. They said he had roughly 2 seconds after the snap to release the ball. And they're not trying to counteract that with a running game that is actually better right now than the passing game. They don't do it. One call for a pass. And Aikman's over there in the second quarter, Dan, and he's like, I don't understand. They got a first down on the first. Why aren't they running? And he's all upset. We're going, welcome to our world. We got fans in the stands chanting, run the ball, run the ball.
And Tampa.
Don't listen to them either. Some people are incorrigible. They cannot be fixed. They cannot be schooled or educated. That is this coaching staff.
You know what, Angelo? I like history, and I like to see teams. Like, I look at Baltimore and I see how Baltimore runs their organization. It's great every year. They've had some few peaks and valleys, but they always work out of a problem like they did this past year with Lamar. It's such a great, well organization. And then I look at the Eagles and I'm thinking to myself, that 17 Super Bowl, it just puts the cherry on top of the cake that organization is completely taking credit for that Super Bowl when it was that coaching staff and that head coach who won that. If this doesn't put the exclamation point on why that team lost last year was because of shitty coaching, and why this thing fell apart this year, Angelo, shitty coaching, I don't know what else has to put more of a stamp on it.
It's a great point. Great point. That was the product of a courageous quarterback and a bold coach, and they figured it out. And they somehow overcame a defense that was awful that day. at the Super Bowl 52, and they did it, and thank God they did. Because I'll be honest with you, I doubt we're going to see another one while Jeff Lurie's the owner of the Eagles. I doubt it.
Wow.
Not unless he takes a lesson from what we just witnessed.
Well, Angelo, he has gone off the reservation with Chip. Chip was just the wrong guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Chip was the wrong guy, but he did deviate off his plan there.
He did for a very brief period, but he was so determined to fire Chip, he didn't even wait for the last game. He got rid of him the game before last. That's how determined he was. This time around, Chip was not a puppet. This guy's a puppet. This guy, Lurie would love to keep a puppet around. That's what I'm waiting to see. If he does, if he keeps him around, or if he brings in a novice head coach from some other program, you're doomed. If he brings in a smart, strong, proven coach, you got a chance. This talent there, you got a chance.
2 last questions for you. What's next, do you think, here? And how do you think, knowing the behavior of the owner, will this be a long process? Will this be a short process? Or do you think we're going to see something happen like within the next couple of days here? Because somebody's going to jail here.
You know what I mean? It'll be decided. It'll be decided within a week, I would say. Yeah, for sure. Let me put it this way. All right. I have really enjoyed my weekly appearances on your show here, Dan. It's been great. I really have only one final appearance I'm planning with your approval.
Please.
That will be the day after Nick Sirianni is fired. And
can I put an addendum on that? What if or if they agree to bring him back?
Okay, either way, but I really want him to be fired, because the one thing I've never done on the air in my life is drink alcohol. And that day, Dan, I will spring for champagne.
I'll have a shot with you.
Have a champagne. We're going to have champagne to toast the departure of one of the worst coaches I've ever seen. A guy who never told the truth about anything for 3 years. I don't care he made the playoffs every year. I can't stand Nick Sirianni, and he's got to go, and we'll toast him. Now, if they announce they're coming back, I will come back, but then all I'll do is bitch. And nobody wants to hear me bitch, Dan. I've never done that before.
You think he's the worst coach in Eagle history?
Wow, that's a good one. Joe Q. Harrick, Rich Kotite.
The guy who was the guy around Vermeil when Vermeil took over?
People will laugh at you, and they'll say, the guy, look at his record.
Is that Hugh Campbell?
Fantastic. 34-20, whatever his record is. He's not the worst coach. All I know is what I see. He has never passed the eye test for me. Even when he was winning, I would look at him and go, it just doesn't seem like that guy knows what the hell he's doing. And I still believe Steichen was the brains of the operation for the last 2 years, and the wheels came off at 10-1 this year. The wheels came off, and you saw Harry High School. That's what we used to call him, Harry High School. I can't even call him that now because that defames high school coaches.
No, I call him Nick Pinocchio.
Just look at the way he figured nothing out about the blitz. Nothing. All these weeks, nothing.
But wait a minute here. Mike McCormick, Marion Campbell, Rich Kotite, or
Marion Campbell was better. I covered Marion Campbell. Mike McCormick was bad, but he was a pretty good GM, so I'm going to give him a pass. It's 3 guys, the 2 K boys, Kuharic and Kotite, and Sirianni. And right now, I guess Kotite would still win, but Sirianni is in their fight. He's in your top 3 for sure. Absolutely.
Wow. Angelo, have you ever seen the Eagles melt down like this?
No one has. No one has.
So you compared this to the 64 Phillies when they had a nuclear meltdown.
It's not as bad as the Phillies. The Phillies, people were already buying tickets, and they were sure we were in the World Series, all that. And then Chico Ruiz stole home, and all hell broke loose. No, it's not quite there because that's the most famous collapse in the history of all sports. But this one is our second worst, without a doubt. And if Sirianni survives this, well, it'd be like a cockroach in a nuclear war. You know,
Holy cow.
I hope not.
Oh, you did this for 35 years on WIP. Holy shit, you must have been holy hell.
Oh man,
I
I
don't
made
know
a
how
lot of enemies, Dan.
Oh, how did she keep you in control here? How's the book coming?
The book's great. The book tour has ended, but I just finished recording the audio book, which, by the way, was a lot harder than it sounds, and it will be out in the spring. And I'll give you more information when I got it. But it was the book has been a tremendous experience to me and all the people. I just wish I could add a chapter now so I could rip Sirianni, because I didn't do enough of it in the book.
Oh
My only regret.
Oh my God, Angelo, what a great performance here. By the way, your segments absolutely now are annihilating it. People around the city now, I mean, you get 50, 60,000 people watching your segment here with us each and every single week you come on now.
Wow.
So I want to thank you very much. And again, thank you for doing that for me.
Yeah, and I will be on again with a glass of champagne in my hand.
I'm going to have one with you then.
Yeah.
Because
Get
I
ready.
don't know why it's just been you and me, but I've never bought in from day one. And it wasn't because of the hokey press conference at first, because I saw Dan Campbell do a hokey one. And I was like, I don't know, let me see the guy coach.
Yeah.
But then you start going like this. That guy you buy into. That guy is a liar.
Yeah.
You just don't. I mean, I've never seen a guy in Philadelphia be more not genuine in a city than that guy there. It shocks me.
Dan, I want to say one last thing, because I've been doing a ton of these lately, especially during the book tour. There is nobody anywhere talking football who knows it as well as you do. And you on the Eagles are phenomenal. I mean that. I'm not just saying that. You really understand the game. And people keep listening to Dan Sileo, because he's not going to lead you wrong. He knows what's going on. And his takes on this stuff are phenomenal. You're amazing.
Angelo, one of my big regrets is that I didn't, I'm trying to think of the program director that you had there prior. Andy Bloom. Andy Bloom was going to bring me in, and Andy was going to hire me, but then he lost his job, and he goes, they were going to, I think you had a guy by the name of Josh Innes or something. I was supposed to replace him. And then the CBS stuff and the Odyssey stuff kind of got in the way there a little bit.
Sure.
I was going to do it, and it's a regret that I wish I had done, and I had come to WIP, because to me, that was the place I did it in Boston for a little bit at the EEI.
Yeah.
I was up for about a year, but I really wanted to do IP instead of EEI, but it's a regret, because you're one of my favorite hosts of all time, and it's an honor to have you as my friend now. Thank you.
There's one thing, Dan. If you and I were both on the same
oh my
station,
God,
the program director would have to be treated for some sort of a nervous condition, because between the two of us, we would kill the poor guy.
Oh my God, he'd have to have a pad and a pencil. He'd have to have hey, Angelo, he wouldn't be a PD. He'd be a psychiatrist.
It would have been fun, though. It would
Absolutely,
have been fun.
Angelo. Thank you, my friend.
See you good. Be well, Dan. Take care,
Our
buddy.
good friend Angelo Cataldi. Don't forget the book here. Oh my God, can you imagine Angelo Cataldi and myself on the same station? Yeah, holy cow. That thing may have been a train wreck, to say the least. So, wow. He's the worst coach in Eagle history. And he's going to take a toast when he gets fired. Holy cow. All I could say is wow. Our good friend Tone, Gary Cobb, will join us at 4:30 from Fox 29. Oh, Angelo and Sills would get shot day one. That to me, LJ, is a compliment. Because if I can make anybody crazy like that, believe me, you should see my DMs. It's all good. Hey, don't forget to start the new year. 2024 calendars are out with our great friends at Hooters. 9 of the girls are featured in the Hooter calendar of 2024. $100 in coupons. By the way, we give you a chance to win gift certificates like Lawrence and Howard. Congratulations to those guys. Don't forget, this weekend, divisional round football, $2 off every pitch or $1 goes to local charities. NortheastTutors.com. That's NortheastTutors.com. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Kids eat for free on Saturdays. That's NortheastTutors.com. NortheastTutors.com. And when you roll in, do me a favor. You tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
Any professional sports coach will tell you there's no substitution for preparation. At Malamut & Associates, that is a tenet by which we live. We prepare from day one for victory. Anything less is not acceptable.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their Fantasy Pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Quite a compliment from Angelo Cataldi. I want to thank him for all the things that he said about me. And, you know, he even wrote in his book here. And it means a lot to me because I admire him. Called me one of the best sports talk hosts in the country. And I am. And I know that. Well, wait, I'll take that back. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm like him in a way. We're unique. That's how I want to be known. Not as the best. I want to be known as unique. Because if you make the comment that you're the best, that's subjective. When you're unique, that's different. When you call yourself the best, that's common. So I'd rather be considered unique. That's how I look at it. By the way, I want to make a comment about Okay? Jason Kelce. Probably last night was the only thing that really was of significance where you pay homage to. What a brilliant career. The toughest position in the O-line, Mike Webster. You know how he died? Drinking bleach because of brain trauma. Constantly being hit, constantly the pounding, all the traffic inside, tackles, guards hitting you, linebackers hitting you. It's a demanding position. And for a guy who wasn't supposed to make it in the NFL, what a tremendous career. He will go down without a doubt as arguably one of the top 10 greatest Eagles of all time. That's saying a lot since the 30s. He personifies your city. He personifies the uniform. He embodied wearing that helmet. I mean, played his entire career in one place. What a legendary, unbelievable, incredible career. There's nothing but accolades. And you roll out all pro. Jesus, Griminy. Utterly unbelievable. You walk out of the building, not with a ceremonial all pro or Pro Bowl, which some guys get. You leave the game the best in the game at your position. And you ride off into the sunset like Elway. That's an Elway, not quite because John rode off after a Super Bowl win. But no, Sue, it's not sad. All things come to an end like that. I wouldn't look at it as sadness. I would look at it as a conclusion. Okay? Yes, the Buccaneer tackles did a job on that Eagle line. The brotherly shove was stopped in his final game. All warriors and all legendary warriors die in battle. That's what happens. I'd rather die on the field like that than not. I thought it was a symbolic ending. I said, when you watched him standing there, I'm like, it's time. What a great, and I clapped for him. I did. I clapped for him. What a great career. Should be very proud of him. Of all your Eagles, Brian Dawkins, Reggie White, Hugh Douglas, Jason Peters, Lane, Soon. He's had a better career than Lane. Okay? He's had a better career than Lane. And by the way, Lane's a Hall of Famer too. He's had a better career than Fletcher. And Fletcher will knock on the door. If Bryant Young could get in, I don't know. Fletcher could be right there. I don't know. Maybe. If I had to debate Fletcher, how about this? Would I debate Fletcher? Who was the most dominant tackle in the Fletcher Cox era? Aaron Donald. Who was second? Fletcher Cox? I don't mind being Scottie Pippen. Okay? I kind of doubt it. But how about this? Steve McMichael is not a better ball player than Fletcher Cox. Sorry, he's not. Fletcher's got more Pro Bowls. He's got a Super Bowl like Steve. And Fletcher was more of a dominant force than McMichael was. You had Hampton and Dent on that line. Fletcher Cox was the line. Okay? Remember that. Steve McMichael is being considered for the Hall of Fame. He's not better than Fletcher Cox. He's not. So, kudos to him. Kudos. That's right, V. Kelce goes out an Eagle. I'm awake, are you? Sue was dirty. They wouldn't put him in. You know what's funny? I'm awake. You needed a little bit of toughness on your team because you guys were soft this year. I love Fletcher Cox's play as a player. Absolutely. You didn't have any tough guys on your team. You were soft this year. The Eagles were soft. Okay, on defense. You were soft. Let me get into that here a little bit here. It's one thing to be benched. It's another thing to be benched as a defensive football player for not wanting to tackle. I can't wrap my head around that. I cannot wrap my head around that. What in the world and who in the world are you paying when you don't want to put a guy on the ground and you play defense? You better be Deion Sanders and get me 10 picks a year. You have a whole unit of guys who didn't want to tackle. And you benched them in a wild card playoff game. Those were the decisions you were making with your defensive coaching staff in game. I want to thank you for helping make the end of the season tolerable. We'll be here for all the off-season drama. Mark, I pray to God it's not drama. That's an organization that needs to clean house and drama alone. I don't want drama. I want winning. Drama doesn't result in winning. You know, the Philadelphia Eagles were the Dallas Cowboys this year. You want me to insult you? Do you want me to insult you? You guys acted like the Cowboys this year. You thought you were better than who you were. You have incompetent coaches. You got management who thinks they know better. And you got a quarterback who couldn't get it done. What's different? What's different? You were the Cowboys. Nick Sirianni, Brandon Staley. Do you see any difference? Nick Sirianni, Mike McCarthy. Well, get this. The Packer effort that the Cowboys had and the Eagle effort versus the Bucs. What did you see that was different? What did you see that was different? Can I tell you? I cannot believe the Eagles didn't want to play. Something had to happen in the locker room. Something had to happen. Something was said. Somebody's opinion or somebody's authority was challenged. Once again, Jalen Hurts had a chance to defend his coach when asked a question about Nick Sirianni's job status, and he refused to go, no, he's my guy. You hear what Dak said the other day? I want to give you a comparison. Did you hear when Dak was asked the question about McCarthy's job? You know what Dak said? Well, if that guy's on the firing block and that guy's on the hot seat, so am I. Jalen wanted none of that. He distanced himself from Nick. Something has happened. The relationship between those two aren't what the Eagles are trying to make you think it is. I think they have a distant relationship. I don't think that they're close at all. I don't think that they have any kind of relationship outside of being a business relationship. That's it. Dak Prescott, at least Dak Prescott, defended McCarthy. And there were many things that he could say. No, he could have not defended him. And Jalen didn't want to defend Sirianni. As a matter of fact, I've never heard Jalen Hurts ever defend Nick Sirianni. Flexing goes, he's selfish. I'm not going to defend incompetence either. I'm not saying Jalen, oh, wait, let me make this land right then. I'm not saying he's wrong. Why would you defend a coach who's incompetent? I'm not defending that either. I think it's more of a statement on what we've all been saying since day one. Nick Sirianni's a bad coach. Jalen knows that. I heard him last year talking and raving about Shane Steichen. I have never heard him say one positive thing about Nick Sirianni ever. Like ever. Have you? Have you ever heard him say anything positive about Nick? Even when they were 10-1. By the way, son, you were terrible this year too. And by the way, I think Jalen Hurts has to learn to be a better leader. Now, let me back that up for a minute. How many people think Derek Jeter's a great leader? Is he a better leader than Paul O'Neill was with the Yankees? Or say a Gary Sheffield, who's a friend of mine, have been on this program actually. I love Chef. He's going to tell you the way it is. Gary Sheffield, he ain't going to hold things back. He's going to call you an MFer, and that's just who Gary Sheffield is. Sheffield was on his program about a year ago. I've known him a long time, living in Tampa. Great guy. And he's a great leader. I look at Jalen more like a Derek Jeter, like that kind of guy. Not to take accountability off from Hurts, one thing I'll say, if you're coached by Saban, Riley, and Steichen, you recognize good and bad coaching. Sirianni falls into the bad coaching category. True? Okay. True. And I've heard Jalen say great things about Nick. I've heard him actually say, as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, two of Lincoln Riley's quarterbacks were on display last night, and he was standing on the sidelines there in Tampa to see Hurts and Baker Mayfield. Okay? And if I'm not mistaken, I think Hurts had CeeDee Lamb when he was at OU. Okay? True. Those are innovators. Those were guys who knew how to get people open. Sure. Shane Steichen has absolutely shown you that he was a great hire. Got to give Howie credit for that. Now, we got to remember something, though. Guess who recommended Shane Steichen? Frank Reich. It wasn't Howie. It was Frank. Frank recommended Jonathan Gannon. Frank recommended Shane Steichen. And Frank recommended Nick Sirianni. He recommended all those guys. You heard it here. You heard Frank say that. The only way Nick Sirianni keeps his job if they hire Frank to come in and revamp the offense. Now, who comes in for defense? You've got to have a structural and philosophical change. And you know what that means? Spending money. That means it goes out of Howie's hands because you've got, hey, do you think there's, let me ask you this. Do you think now that Baltimore giving Roquan Smith that $100 million deal has paid off? Do you think that $100 million deal Roquan Smith signed in Baltimore has panned out for Baltimore? If you had to do that all over again, would you sign Roquan Smith and make that deal and that $100 million deal for Roquan Smith from Chicago to Baltimore? They're the number one seed. They got one of the top defenses in the NFL. He's a terror on the field with Queen. I say yes, it is. Why wouldn't Howie make that same commitment to Devin White? Those linebackers that the Bucs had annihilated the Eagles. Shut your run game down. Blitz the shit out of you. You had no answers for. You had 40 yards rushing versus that defense. And the one thing I said you couldn't let them get going on, what was it? Don't let them run the ball on you. And they ran the ball on you. This is more of a stab at Howie than Nick by Hurts because of shitty coaching, and it will be more of the same until the Eagles hire experienced coaches. Eagles hiring experienced coaches? Since when? And by the way, that 17 Super Bowl had nothing to do with Howie Roseman. We need more Roquan. We could have just kept Edwards, correct, for far less and gotten 10 times the production from our line. Absolutely. Warrior, he's not Roquan Smith, but you're looking at it correctly. His impact on your defense theoretically had the same and technically had the same impact that Roquan has on the Ravens defense. Correct. And that's the great way to look at it. Is he as talented as Roquan or Warner and San Fran? Absolutely not. How about the impact? Absolutely. Absolutely. I just, you know what kills me? What kills me? I just can't get over the lack of effort. I mean, the lack of will to play in a playoff game from everybody. What happened to your environment, your culture, I've never seen people just stop playing, getting benched for effort. It's sad. You know, at first you're going to be angry, but then you kind of go through those levels of grief on it, and you're like, how do you not want to play football? Something you were raised in. I played football from the time I was 9 years old until I was 33 years old. From 9 until 33. That's not just something you do, and you do it as a hobby. That's something that's built in. You know how long it takes for that to come out of you, where you've put your whole life into that. That's not just something you do. That's something who you are, especially when you're a defender. Dude, getting paychecks and kissing cheerleaders is great. But when you're a football defensive player and you're getting yanked out of games because of lack of will and effort, and you can't tackle, nor do you want to tackle, I question who you have on your roster and who you're looking at when you evaluate them. I'll take a lesser guy any day who wants to go out and play and give me max effort every day, because I'll beat those talented guys who will quit. You're quitters. You quit when it counted the most. And we watched it for 2.5 months of quitting football. Mentally, dude, get this. Do you guys see any difference between the Giant game and the Buck game? Was there any difference? Did you see any difference in the Giant game or the Cardinal game? Seattle game? Did you see any difference? Didn't it look like the same pulse? Some go like this: well, we're better. Now, that has nothing to do with it when you don't want to do it. Is that coaching? Or is that intestinal fortitude you have to have with you? You're going to blame others for you not showing up? I heard Tone and Rob and everyone, and I heard Seth. It's coaching. Do you really need to have somebody tell you to show up and play hard? Are the egos so big in the higher echelons that they can't stop trying to reinvent the wheel? They need? No, they do that. Latino, the players know if they do well, no coaching changes. That's lame. I'm not going to sacrifice my play to get a coach fired. That means I'm lowering my standards. That's not being a football player. That's being a politician. Don't ever lower your standards in anything you do for somebody else, whether it's at their expense or someone else's expense. When you lower your standards, you are changing the culture inside of you. Man, I despise people who say that shit. Hey, Sills, did you see those guys just... Well, God, you got to have something inside you that makes you want to go to work. Get up off your ass. Hey, all of you that have jobs every day, to get up and paint houses or put luminous siding on homes or pave streets. You get up off your fat asses every day and go to work. Nobody's coaching you up. Think about that. You think somebody's coaching you to get up, put your snow boots on, and go out and pave a road? You need a coach to do that? Or do you know that's what you are and what you have to do to support your family? Man, don't talk to these players like they're children. Well, you know, the coaches, they lost. Fuck the room. What about you? Nobody's going to hand you shit. Eagles thought they were going to get a game handed to them last night. It's what I looked at. What a disgrace. I knew you didn't have a chance to win that game. You had no shot at it. Let's bring Tone in. Jeez.
What's good, Sills?
I don't know, man.
Well, I'll start with this. Let me reiterate this from the last show to make sure we got clarity. I held everyone accountable earlier. Not just coaches, not just front office. The first people I called out according to last night's game, was players. They had no effort, no heart. They were listless. They had no desire, no fire, no energy. Again, I want to make sure my position is held clear. because I believe this problem doesn't just fall on someone holding the clipboard, doesn't just fall on someone pushing a pencil. It falls on those guys who put on those shoulder pads every day, who dedicate their lives to the game. They're getting paid millions upon millions upon millions, 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures, however you want to slice it. Some of these guys are nine-figure guys. And to show up with that level of effort, that level of commitment, to look like that on the sideline, completely unacceptable. Jalen Hurts pissed me off last night. He pissed me off last night because the entire time I'm watching the game, I said to myself, if I see him shake his head one more damn time, because overall, at the end of the day, you got to respond to the blitz. The coaches, yes, they have to have things built in for you to respond to the blitz. Absolutely. But those players, no tackling effort. There were three explosive plays that destroyed the Eagles yesterday. And they all led to touchdowns. 44-yard touchdown by David Moore on the first quarter. Trey Palmer, 57-yard touchdown in the third quarter. And Chris Godwin, 23-yard touchdown in the fourth quarter. All three of those touchdowns came after those guys broke at least 1 or 2 or 3 tackles. So I'm trying to understand, how couldn't these guys find a way to motivate themselves for a playoff game? They played this game at every level. NFL, college, high school. Some of them probably went JUCO. You never know. Pee-wee, however you want to slice it. And you guys can't wake up for a playoff game, a game where all the chips are on the line. There's no do-overs, and you guys can't get up for that. We got some real issues on our hands. So, again, I want to make my position clear. This falls primarily on players for their effort, without a shadow of a doubt. We could talk about Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman, another time. But that effort, you can't excuse that whatsoever.
Tone, did you see any different type of effort from the Giants game, the Cardinal game, the Seahawks game? Didn't it look the same?
Everything looked the same. It looked like Seattle.
There was no sense of urgency.
It looked like Seattle. It looked like
Arizona.
Dallas. It looked like Arizona. It looked like all those games. You know what I mean? So,
how about getting benched? How about getting benched because you don't have a commitment to get guys on the ground?
Yeah. There was a point in the game where I was thinking, I'm like, hold on, where the hell is Hassan Reddick? And then I'm like, wait, Nolan Smith is on the field for a long period of time. And then I lost Bradbury in the fold. So I'm like, where the hell are these guys? Come to find out, from what I heard, these guys got benched because they didn't want to tackle. They didn't want to tackle. That's where we are now. Guys don't want to tackle. This has been a slow burn. This has been a slow death. You know what I mean? And let's just call it what it is, right? Eagles fans don't want to hear this, but I'm going to tell you. The Eagles were front runners. They've been front runners. And here's the thing, right? We didn't know they were front runners last year because they were always in the front. But usually you don't know you're a front runner until you're in the back. And the Philadelphia Eagles, after that 10-1 start, fell to the back of the bus. And they realized that they were front runners. We realized they were front runners, but we didn't want to accept it. The moment they came across some real adversity, some real troubled waters, they couldn't swim, they couldn't paddle, they couldn't plug the holes, they couldn't do nothing. So again, a collapse like this doesn't just fall on front office, doesn't just fall on coach. It falls on player effort, player respectability, player pride. I saw grown men give up on themselves last night. I saw a quarterback that looked completely disinterested in the football game last night. I saw one player. I saw 2 players show up last night. I saw Devontae Smith show up, and I saw Milton Williams show up last night.
Yep.
Those were the 2 players, to me, that jumped off the screen.
Yep.
Everybody else, I have nothing good to say about you.
Yep.
Devontae Smith and Milton Williams. That's it.
Smith is such a pro. He is such a pro. He is such a absolute 100% professional.
Every time he had a chance to touch that ball, he made sure he did something with it. And that's how you know a guy shows up when he's called upon. Every time he touched that rock, he felt the need to try to take it to the house. And he tried. He did his best. I think he ended the game with 8 catches, 150 yards, something like that. He was He was a man out there. Milton Williams, 2 back-to-back plays, the TFL and a sack to knock them out of field goal range, which kept you in the game. And then Jalen Hurts, you settle for a safety?
14-yard line, too.
From the 14-yard line. How do you get a safety from the 14-yard line?
I've never seen that.
Jalen Hurts needs to get back into the lab. I've been saying this all year. As much as I love him, as much as I'm going to continue to root for him, and as much as he's my guy, he's not a finished product. So people need to stop talking about him like he is.
They rushed him.
He's not a finished product, and I'm willing to admit that, right? I'm comfortable with the quarterback. I like him as a quarterback. I believe the ceiling is high, but we need to start pretending like he just has it all figured out already. He does not. He does not. He still struggles with simple blitz packages.
I'm going to show you something here. And
I'm a fan.
I pointed this out again to everyone. And I know you got this when I pointed this out. Purdy, Shanahan, Mahomes, Reed, LaFleur, Love, Brady, Josh Allen.
I got you. You got to put competent people around these guys.
Have nobody. Lamar, Todd Monken.
Mm-hmm. And even before that, he had what was it, Roman?
Yep. And he was an MVP with him.
And he was right
with Greg Roman.
Right.
He was an MVP. He had 30. He led the NFL in passing touchdowns with 36.
Right. Even Sam Howell has somebody competent, and Eric Bieniemy.
Right. Eric Bieniemy. I mean, look at even Daniel Jones with Brian Dable.
Matthew Stafford, McVay. Competence.
Explain to me why. And by the way, I'm going to hook you guys up with something. And Tone, this goes to you too a little bit here because I heard you talking about all these big name guys. Get out of that. Here's your list.
That's another thing. That's another thing I want to clarify too. So
here's the list. Okay, clarify before I read the list.
Yeah. So basically, what I was saying earlier was I was saying one or two things. I was saying if this team, this organization has plans to try to get out of this hole they're in, they're going to have to change their philosophy. Right now, there are a handful of coaches that are available. They will only be available to you if your philosophy changes. These coaches are Vrabel, Belichick, Harbaugh, so on and so forth. But the odds of them landing those kind of guys are slim to none. Because how can I bet on them to change their philosophy when they're so entrenched? Howie Roseman is so entrenched. They're so locked into this, this analytics, and also Rob Ellis even brought it up. He brought up the fact that, we can't even really bank on them really pivoting because he has yet to hire an experienced head coach at any point in his 30-year tenure with the organization. So how can we bank on that? So what we were doing was Rob and I was ping-ponging back and forth what it could look like, what it would look like, what it will look like, and what it should look like. So we were trying to attack all angles of the scenario.
Okay.
But as of right now, I believe that based off everything they've shown us, we can't bank on them making the right decision.
Here's the list that the Eagles will look at. Here's who you are. Ben Johnson, OC Lions. Bobby Slowick, OC Texans. Frank Smith, OC Dolphins. Maybe Eric Bieniemy, Commanders. Brian Callahan, OC Bengals. Shane Waldron, OC Seahawks. Dave Canales, who I like, OC Bucks. Mike Kafka, OC Giants. Adam Stenovich, OC Packers, working with Jordan Love. That's your list, dude. Those Vrabel, as a manager, guys, I'm telling you, something will happen in the front office. Okay? Laura, we'll see. But see this list here? Tone, this is the list that this guy's MO has been for 30 years. It's not Vrabel. It's not Belichick. It's not Tomlin. Those guys are nowhere in the radar of, because you know why? Here, let's first start here with this. Do you think the Eagle office and front office and the owner and all them think that this is a front office issue, or do you think that they think this is a coaching issue?
Oh, they definitely think it's a coaching issue.
Well, then you got another year and a half
But let me
dealing
ask,
with
but
philosophy being the same.
let me ask you this, because here's the thing, right? This is something that requires, some layers being peeled back. Is this about hiring someone with a strong personality, or is it about hiring someone that has too much experience? What is it that you're avoiding? If you're the Eagles, if you're Jeffrey Lurie, if you're Howie Roseman, what are you actually avoiding? Are you avoiding
Rocking the boat?
Right? Are you ignoring someone who's rocking the boat, or are you ignoring someone with experience? Which is it?
Rocking the boat.
Because but that's two different things. Unless you're putting that on, unless you're
No,
saying
I'm
rocking the boat
saying
is
you have to hire a guy that doesn't rock the boat.
right. So, but what I'm asking is, yes, rocking the boat. That's someone with a strong personality, right? So what I'm trying.
That's someone who will go along with what you're doing.
Okay. So,
But let me tell you what Shane did. What Shane and Gannon did is brilliant. Now that I look back at it, Gannon was an angler and a conniver and a backstabber. Shane knew how to maneuver through things, work his way through the system.
all right, but let me say this then. All those names you did name, right? The Ben Johnson, all those kind of guys, right? They obviously don't have the head coaching experience, right?
Mhm.
But who's to say their personalities aren't like? I'm not equating
Like Mike Tomlin.
I'm not equating a stiff personality with someone's experience. So that's why I'm asking: is it strictly the personality they're trying to avoid,
Yeah.
or is it strictly the experience they're trying to avoid?
It's the
Because
personality that's
experience breeds confidence.
Yeah,
And
but
when-
also when you're a confident individual in what you're doing in life, especially when you're a coordinator, you've got to have conviction. And what I think
Okay.
happens with that organization, let me tell you, man, Philly is a conviction play. It's not an analytics play. And when you have people who have conviction like that, remember something. My daughter said something to me, Tone, that I'll never forget. She said this 10 years ago when she was like 16 years old. Hey, Dad, just remember, when you have an attitude or an opinion on something, always be prepared to have it challenged. My young kid said that to me, and I was like this. The more of a conviction that you have in an opinion or a play that you want to run, always be prepared that it's going to be challenged. I think the Eagle organization, I think they try to stay away from people who challenge their authority. I think that's what Angelo said last hour.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that wholeheartedly because
look at the people they've had
it all
in the
goes
building that have challenged their authority, and how look, the guy in Baltimore is the prime example of it.
Yeah, it all goes hand in hand, right? If you're an experienced individual, you have confidence, and if you have confidence, you have convictions, and if you have convictions, you're not willing to let anybody just say anything or do anything to you. And that's the kind of person, to me, that they've been avoiding, or they've been trying to avoid, right? But here's the thing: they're trying to put the genie back in the bottle. And what I mean by that is, if you hire a head coach and he's successful and he wins for you, what do you think is supposed to happen? You think he's supposed to just sit on his hands and think he's not supposed to have an opinion?
You had that,
but that's my point, right? They're fighting this infinite feedback loop. They think that they can just continue to keep a coach under their thumb. And my thing is, what do you think is supposed to happen when you're dealing with someone or you hire someone to do a job and they're doing well, and then they're doing so well to the point where they start to have confidence and then they want to start being incorporated in certain decisions? That's a natural progression of business, but they're trying to avoid that part of it. They're trying to just
yourself.
They're trying to just have someone.
You're frustrating yourself with this. Remember, it's about control. It's not about winning. It's more important.
But that's the part that's frustrating, right? You're trying to control something that. Back to my point about the genie being about, you can't control someone's you can't control what you want them to win for you, but you don't want them to reap the benefits of winning for you.
You want them to win.
What are we talking about?
You want them to win to a level.
Which is why Nick Sirianni is their perfect guy. Nick
That's why
Sirianni is their perfect guy.
I'll ask the question to you. You really think they're going to fire this guy?
The way that game looked.
How about this? What if Nick Sirianni was taking marching orders the whole year from the front office?
I'm glad.
How do you fire that when all he did was do every single thing that you said? Are you really see? This is how Jason Garrett kept his job.
Mhm.
This is how Mike McCarthy may keep his job. You have to remember, okay, everyone's under the impression that Nick made all these calls by himself. There's not a chance. If anything, Tone, the 2023 season exposed. It wasn't that these guys weren't good coaches, which it did anyway. But what it did show you is the lack of autonomy they have over the roster and the coaching selections.
Let me ask you
I've been saying since day one. I've heard even my friend Derek Gunn and all these guys talking like Nick makes the call on, and I never
believed that. I never believed that.
He makes no football decisions except putting a game plan together. The rest of it is front office driven.
Is Nick Sirianni on pace to becoming the next Jason Garrett?
He is Jason Garrett. I mean, I watched that game last night. I thought Brandon Staley was coaching the team.
It was bad.
I mean,
it was bad.
He's Jason Garrett.
Coach claps. Coach claps.
Jason Garrett lasted, what was it, 10 years, 9 years in Dallas?
And he lasted that long because he didn't rock the boat. It's the only way. That's the only reason. Wade Phillips didn't last because he rocked the boat.
To Jerry and Steven.
So you and Angelo brought up a good point earlier, right? You know, we're talking about, is this guy going to lose his job or not? That's assuming he made all those decisions. And me personally, I don't believe he made any of those decisions by himself. I don't believe that at all. I believe they were motivated by people above him. You know what I mean? I've asked John McMullen, and he's under the impression he has no, and I don't want to put words in John's mouth, but me and him talked about this, and I asked him, I said, where do you think this decision came from? Like, and I'm talking about the Sean Desai one, about demoting him. He said, if you ask me, if I had to guess, that move came from above Nick.
Of course it did.
Of course it did. Of course. And it's so funny. I spoke about this earlier with Rob. We ignored.
I want to ask you something. I want to ask you something because this is something in that city. Last year, even when I kept saying there's not a chance in hell that Nick Sirianni is making decisions on that football team, even last year. And by the way, nothing's changed this year. He's the same guy he was there a year ago. Why was it so important for all the media? And I'm not saying you, I'm saying why was it so important for everyone in that city to believe that Nick Sirianni chose the coaches, chose the game plan, hired the coordinators, when none of that was true? And I never believed a moment of it because when I talked to Doug Peterson says that's not how it's done. And after Frank told me the analytics importance a couple months ago, I was convinced even more, and so was Seth then. That's where Seth got it from when I texted him and showed him Frank's text to me, that operation has been intact since Andy left. It's been that way since Andy and Joe Banner left. And then when Chip got it, that guy was – you said something about 5 months ago, 4 months ago maybe, when you went like this, is Howie Roseman really a better GM, or does he know how to not have people take power from him? Dude,
right.
That's where he is. He's not a better GM. He's not a better drafter. He's always been good at
he's a better manipulator.
He's not a better GM. You know what he is?
A better manipulator.
Puts more fail safes in place to make sure that his authority's not challenged.
Right. But
that's who he is.
To your question, right? Why does it seem like there was a need to kind of crown Sirianni, basically, right?
Yeah.
For me personally, right, and I guess I'll start from the root of it for me, from the fan perspective. I felt, to me personally, as a fan of the team, I just always felt that when you believe that your head coach is the captain of his ship, and you try to express that to others, even if they believe it or not, you trying to express that, I believe it's important as a sign of strength, right? And typically, when people aren't in control of their own ship, they're looked at a certain way, and they're not looked at in the same breath as these top tier head coaches, right? A Kyle Shanahan or whatever it may be, right? Take your pick. I never felt like Nick Sirianni got the respect he deserved at a point. But then even then, after that Super Bowl loss made me take a step back from Sirianni and start looking at him more objectively, because I compared it to the 2017 Super Bowl and key decisions that were made at key times. And I felt like Nick Sirianni didn't have the it factor to make those decisions in those moments like Doug Peterson did. Because like you said, sometimes things just take a feel. Analytics can't solve every problem. Some things just require gut instinct. And I don't feel like Nick Sirianni really had that in that Super Bowl. So for me, it was important for me as a fan to try to position Nick Sirianni the way a lot of us have, is because I believe it was a sign of strength for the organization. The whole narrative about the organization, being super hands-on with the coaches, all that kind of stuff, I don't like that talk, if I'm being honest. I don't like that talk because, to me, it's weak. It makes me feel like the players and the coaches aren't really in control of their own destiny. There's some hidden hand pushing buttons, and I've never been a fan of that of that sort of environment. Just I can't stand things like that when there's a hidden hand making moves that I don't like being out of control. So,
you're in the wrong organization if that's the case. Steven, I do not believe that they're play calling analytics from the booth. I do not. Tone, let me tell you one thing about pro guys versus college guys.
Mm-hmm.
This coaching staff talks to the Eagle players like they're still in college. You can bullshit a college kid. You can tell a college kid anything, but a pro guy who gets paid and is a professional, let me say this to you. I could spot a good coach a mile away, and I could spot a bad coach a mile away.
And that speaks to your experience. And that goes to your experience playing the sport.
My daughter, my wife and I were sitting there one time, and we were watching. This is just off the top, and I was watching one of the rugby coaches kind of like try to put a practice together. I go, that guy's not a very good coach. He goes, you watched him for 20 minutes. I go, he's unorganized. He has no idea what he's doing. He has like lame ass drills. There's nothing informative to it. He's not teaching. He's not coaching. That guy's not a good coach. He's just not organized. You can tell when guys are all over the place and they're helter-skelter, and it's just not an organized practice. You watch it. You just sit there and you watch certain practices and how guys do practice. Then you watch another guy and you're like, holy shit. When I watched Mike McCoy run the Chargers, I walked in there and I saw the lallygazing and all the walking the drills and shit like that, not having a sense of urgency. I went like this: that team will never win. And someone asked me why. I go, because there's not a sense of detail. They don't really look. You start with details, because in a game that inches matter, in a game that inches lead to foot and to yards, and the game is so close as it is, all of those things matter in a game like that. And when pro guys know and they see it, okay, they know it immediately. I'm not the only guy. An NFL coach can spot two things: a bust in a draft and a bad coach. And they see it all the time. I agree with you, Laura. I see you can spot it a mile away. Now, when you got a guy like a Jason Garrett or a Nick Sirianni, you remember when you get drafted into organizations like that, what you do as a player, like here, when Coach Landry ran the Cowboys, When Jimmy ran the Cowboys, he ran the Cowboys. When a guy like Fonts ran the Lions, he kind of ran the Lions. Ron Hughes kind of had a lot of say in the personnel. Management had a lot of say in what was going to go on when it came to hiring of particular coaches, when it came to how Fonts ran the Lions back in the day. When the structure's in a building, like when you get drafted to the Eagles, You know this. Well, the head coach has no say. So what is he going to try to do? He's going to try to be my buddy. And so he's going to be my buddy when that means this. Jalen Hurts looks at Nick Sirianni as another guy in the locker room, but he doesn't look at him as an authoritative figure where he can go to him in any way whatsoever and make his case known. You know, he may say something to Brian Johnson or to him on a play call, but at the end of the day, he's just a puppet in what they want to do organizationally. There's too many chefs in the kitchen here with this.
So let me ask you this then. Are the Philadelphia Eagles the exception or are they the rule?
You know what? It's a great question. I think the Chargers are run like that with the Spanos family. I think the Jets are run a little bit like that. Joe Douglas is trying to change that culture. I think
because what if they're more
now, to me, the Jets remind me a little bit of Philly, and I think he's going along with a little bit of what Joe Douglas wants because of the hiring of Nathaniel Hackett, because the quarterback wanted it, the organization wanted it for Rodgers. Dude, you hire great coaches and assistant coaches for your organization, not for your fucking whether or not your quarterback likes him. Is he the right fit? Is he going to help Aaron Rodgers? Because he surely didn't help anyone else.
I asked that question because I'm willing to argue, or I'm willing to believe that there are more teams that think like the Philadelphia Eagles than not, but the difference is they know when to pull back.
Comes down to ownership.
And I think that's where the Philadelphia Eagles fall short. In
you
theory,
think Rob Kraft allows his coaches to be a coach?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
that's why remember when you asked me what's the best job? I think Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, is going to hire a guy like Belichick. I think Belichick gets that job down there. And I think Bill's going to bring an offensive-minded guy in there. They're going to bring they got some pieces. They need a quarterback, obviously. But this comes down to ownership, allowing you to be a coach and have autonomy in the room. Remember, Tom, what's that line that Parcells?
And if the owner's allowing you, that trumps Howie Roseman. And that makes
totally.
And that's why
Howie Roseman's a cock block.
That's why as much as we talk about the ownership, it always goes back to Howie.
He's a poor wingman.
Howie is he's a character in the movie. I'm gonna figure it out.
He's a bad consigliere. He's giving you poor advice, like Tom Hagen giving Sonny when he was on the Causeway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean,
he lit his ass up.
Hey, Sonny, you're building a great reputation for yourself. Yeah, you got Sonny whacked on the Causeway.
Man, I wrote something down here, right? And I said, I still believe he is the guy. I'm talking about Hurts. I wrote here, I said, I still believe he's the guy, but he won't get to the next level under Sirianni.
No.
And I firmly believe that, but then that begs the question, who can get Jalen Hurts to the next level?
I think he can turn this around. I do, because I saw him do something last year that, but I will say this, one thing that I've come to the conclusion of, having watched him for 18 games this year, he's making business decisions, and he needs to stop that. And Boomer said it well. You got to learn to play with your contract. Well, I'll tell you what, son, my problem with Jalen Hurts last night, I'll take a bad game. But what I won't take is a guy shaking his head and not wanting to play. That, to me, was unacceptable. That it was a surrender because AJ wasn't there. The entire offense wasn't there. One guy didn't show up. And get this, Tone, it wasn't that you got beat. It was you didn't want to play.
Right. I agree with everything you just said, right? I think that lends also to the fact that this offensive identity, what they've been doing, had no creativity whatsoever. You've dedicated
on them too much.
You rely too. The success of your offense relies too heavy on one-on-ones. And you said it. And you said it earlier, right? You said you said this team. It looks like it's just matchup football, one-on-one football all the time, instead of coaches and guys running this route to get this person open for this route. And this goes into what I noticed last night. Did you notice Troy Aikman was killing the Eagles for their route combinations. Guys running into each
What I
other.
talked about the day before.
He's like, hold on, time's out. Why are these two receivers so within 5 yards of each other? What are you doing? He said when we spoke to these guys in pre-production, we got a sense that these guys were going to lean on the run game, try to shorten the game. They're missing AJ Brown. They got a quarterback with a bad finger. They're going to try to use their offensive line to get through this game. I lied to you not. Troy Aikman says, he says, yeah, they're not doing any of that. I'm like, yo, this is insane. So I'm looking at this team right now, and again, effort, lackluster, not making excuses of it. But I want to talk about another side of the canvas, right?
Let me end it here with this though.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
The two teams I saw in the playoffs that run their offense through wide receivers, the Dolphins and the Eagles,
and they're gone,
and not their quarterbacks. To me, that's a fundamental philosophical, absolute problem. I'm paying that guy double. $50 million, and my offense runs through that guy, not through that wideout.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's not on the field and that thing falls apart like that, it's a prime example of the coordinator and the scheme running through one guy. It can't run through one guy, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to run through one guy being the quarterback.
When I saw
it be an appendage player like a wideout or a running back.
Right. You cannot build your team around a skill position. You have to build.
You got to build it around a quarterback.
But around a quarterback.
Why are you paying him?
I saw that Green Bay game, and I saw the routes LaFleur had those guys running and getting them open. I'm thinking to myself, this cannot be this complicated, because if LaFleur can get Romeo Doubs open, how can't Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson get Devontae Smith or get Dallas Goedert open or get Olamide Zaccheaus open? The Green Bay Packers have no legit wideouts. They didn't even have Christian Watson. Who's
that guy Dobbs?
Like I'm looking at the DeMeco Ryans led Texans. They're finding ways to get Nico Collins open. They're getting John Michie the third open. They're getting Dalton Schultz. So they're getting all these guys that aren't really world beaters open. I'm looking at the Philadelphia Eagles like, how is this so difficult? You don't know why? And it goes back to what they've been saying in their press conferences. You see, they've been telling us, but we've been ignoring it. They've been saying, yeah, well, we trust our guys to win their matchups. You know what I mean? We trust our guys to win our matchups, which tells you they're not trying to scheme these guys open. They're literally putting the onus of the offense on them winning a one-on-one.
That's right.
And here's the thing. That's not a sustainable course of action.
That's
because
why
those
you're
guys
only getting 2 seconds for Jalen Hurts in the pocket,
and
because he's waiting for them to get open.
Exactly. Did you see the 3rd and 2?
Them open.
Did you see the 3rd and 2 where they had them guys going all the way like 10, 15 yards down the field? And how can the quarterback, and again, I'm not making excuses for Jalen Hurts. I want to make sure I continue to reiterate that, because he was awful yesterday. There were parts of that game where I saw Jalen Hurts drop back in that pocket and he had no options because either the receivers didn't turn their head because they were still running their routes, or because the blitz was in his face in 2 seconds or less. Most quarterbacks these days getting rid of the ball in 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 seconds. He was missing 0.5 of a second. Granted, that's not that amount of time in normal time, but in football time, that's a lot of time. So he had no time to really get back there and diagnose. And when he did, he didn't let go of the ball. And when he didn't, guys weren't looking around. It was just a mess, which is why I say to myself, and I look at Jalen Hurts as a guy that this situation, for him at least, could be salvageable, because I saw an entire team collapse, not just the quarterback position collapse. Yes, the quarterback had one carry.
Why didn't he
which
take
told
off
me,
on some of them?
Which told me that he was not willing to put it on the line last night. Well, I've seen him run more for less.
Have you ever seen him go into a game and come out of a game with 1 carry?
Never. Here's the thing.
1 carry for 5 yards.
The Buccaneers were telegraphing their plays. The Buccaneers told you what they were doing, and you still couldn't stop it. I'm sitting here, every time it was 3rd down, they go empty. Y'all have no creativity. You guys are going empty formation, and they're sending 6, 7 guys at you. in an
How about
empty
this one?
formation. You can't block everybody.
What's the excuse on this one, Tone? I told you, and we both agreed yesterday. The Bucs are the 27th worst rushing attack in the league.
And it doesn't matter because the
How
Eagles are
in the
the
world
worst.
do you give up 120 yards rushing at 4 yards a carry to the worst rushing team in the National Football League? That's want to and will.
That's 1-2. That's 1-2. Part of those, part of those stats are scheme. Most of them are 1-2 in effort. Most of it.
That's want. That's will.
So that's 1-2. I feel like run defense is mainly effort.
It is,
in my opinion.
Pass
defense is more so scheme.
Tackling is not a position.
It's an effort.
It's a mentality.
Yes.
That's a mentality that you want to go out there and do that. And I'm like I said, and I'm repeating myself here, Ben. Again,
we all are. It's okay. We all are.
I'm watching the game, and I'm like, I'm watching the Giant game.
I'm watching the Cardinals game. I'm watching the Seahawks game. We're watching the Jets game, right? We're like, they told us who they showed us who they were.
How did they
showed us?
Tell me how you think they got there. Do you think something happened in that locker room, or do you think something happened between Jalen, the coaches, the players, the coaches, or was it just a slow dissolve of faith?
I think,
or all of it. Maybe all of it. I mean, because you had a will in the Buffalo game still.
Yes,
there was a will to win.
It was undeniable.
Dude, that fifth quarter was as iconic as you can get for a quarterback. I don't care who he is. It was a great moment in that. It was the last moment of the year. You could have ended the Eagles season at Lincoln Financial in the fifth quarter of the Buffalo game, because after that, it has been a train wreck. Now, what happened from that fifth quarter to today? Something had to happen.
Here's the thing, right? I actually think this problem has been persisting since week one.
This is like a forest fire.
I think, yes, it was a forest fire. It started out as smoke. It started out as a small ember. And then eventually this thing started spreading and spreading. But they were trying hard to keep the fire low. They were keeping the fire low. They were trying. But eventually the fire got to a point where it became uncontrollable. And I think when we got to that Buffalo game and they found themselves in the same position again, being down double digits going into halftime and having to force their way to come back in that weather, in that whole circumstance, whatever they had left was completely wrung out. And at that point, the 49ers saw a wounded dog, put it out of his misery. Then the Cowboys came in and just buried us in the backyard. I think between Buffalo week and Niners week, I said this to Rob earlier. Like I said, the Niners found a wounded dog and they put it out of its misery. I firmly believe this. That Niners game has been built up all season, all off season. And the Niners were talking all that trash, and the Eagles kind of were just rolling with it, being quiet. Every now and again, you might hear Eagles players say something, but for the most part, the Eagles really didn't reply to it. That game finally comes, and they beat you the way they beat you. And you know that's the team that you're likely going to have to go through to get to where you want to go. The way they beat you, I personally believe the Niners completely demoralized that team to the point where they felt like it doesn't matter what they do, they're not going to make it to the end of the finish line.
You know what? And I'm not saying this to you, but I'll say this. Hey, fuck
bullshit.
you, man, because at the end of the day, champions get up off the mat.
I agree.
They go fight Frazier and Frazier 2 and Frazier 3.
Mm-hmm.
And they go fight people that beat them. And you get up off the mat and you go fight them dudes. And if that knocked the starch out of you, then you won a championship medal anyway. By the way, I wasn't talking to you like
no.
that.
I know. But here's the thing. That's something that Eagles fans have to ask ourselves, right? Like, At what point did this thing fall off the rails? And whenever we decide what point that was, what led to it specifically, and why did that affect them in the first place? Because we thought this team was made of something different than what we saw.
I did too.
And that's the part that kills me the most.
I think that's probably.
I don't mind losing.
Points us the most is right there. What you said is that we thought this team had better metal.
I don't mind losing.
No,
losing,
I get it.
It's a part of the game.
I mind you not getting up off the mat.
I mind you getting punched in the mouth and then running home.
Dude, success is getting off the mat. It's not about front running.
Exactly. And guess what? They were front runners the entire time. But that's why I said that. They were front runners. We didn't realize it. They were front runners and didn't realize it. And you don't realize you're a front runner until you're in the back. And when they got to the back of the bus, they realized, oh, we don't have it. And it's sad. It's quite honestly sad. And that's the part that kills me the most about this team. Yeah. I thought they were made up of something different.
Hey, can I tell you what I saw last night too? And I texted Ray Lewis last night.
Ray Lewis was watching the game last night. He was ripping it.
I texted him because I saw some of his tweets. And he goes, what's the one drill we did every day for 25 years at UM? I go, pursuit drill. And he goes, bingo. He goes, watch some of these games. Watch some of these plays. I'm watching. He texts me and he goes, what's that drill we used to run? And let me give it to you what it was. This is how we started our practice out for 25 years at that place. The coaches would get the ball, they would throw it, and we had to run to an angle. And we did that for 35, 40 minutes every day before practice even started. We'd throw it over here. We'd all run for a second, third team. We practiced our pursuit angles. He goes, what do you think of that Eagle team? I watched about 10 of the plays, and I was like, their angles are the worst pursuit angles I've ever seen in my life for D linemen. They don't practice pursuit drills. Like, they don't practice angles. When it comes to getting to the football, that means they're not being taught to be good tacklers. Now, again, Tone, this is a different mentality today in today's NFL because of the CBA. You don't get a lot of time. Like, you don't get 30 minutes like you did back in the day because that takes away from your actual installment time.
But here's the thing, Sills. I'm willing to call. You know what I say to that? And I agree with you, right? You didn't say nothing wrong just now. You're absolutely accurate. But here's what I say to that. Bullshit. Because I see the Niners got guys prepared. I see the Ravens get guys prepared. I see coaches willing to eat fines because they want to make sure they get their guys prepared. If it was up to me, fuck the rules.
You got to do that on your own.
Listen, if it's up to me, forget the rules. We getting busy in the offseason. And if they find us, we find us. But make sure, because guess what? We're going to be ready when the season starts. I know that for a fact. What they going to do? Fine me? Whoop-de-doo. All right, I got a fine. Okay, so what? You know what I mean? They fined Bill Belichick last offseason, right? For
Seattle, too. They did Pete Carroll.
And guess what?
Pete Carroll gets fined every year $300,000.
Right. I'm pretty sure they already have an allowance for that now in the budget. You know, so it's just this team. I thought their foundation was sturdier than this. I thought it was sturdier than this. And now,
are you disappointed in Jalen Hurts' leadership?
I'm extremely disappointed in Jalen Hurts. Extremely disappointed. Because that was a moment where he could have put his team on his back and said, we're not losing this game. I don't care who's here, who's not here. I don't care what happened before. We showing up today and we lacing it up. And
it's his team.
I saw a quarterback that had no engagement, no fire. I saw a quarterback that lacked excitement, that was pretty much sitting by his lonesome on the sideline most of the time. He was talking to Devontae. He was talking to Dallas Goedert, so on and so forth. But you know, the only person on that sideline that had fire was Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
When he caught that huge 50-yard catch, and then they got Dallas Goedert in for the touchdown, Devontae Smith was walking down the sideline screaming at everybody else, like, everybody, wake the hell up. This game ain't over. This game not over. Devontae Smith, he know what it takes. And I'm shocked that Jalen Hurts, look, here's the part about it. Jalen Hurts is the same whether you're winning or you're losing. His personality.
I think he's a lot like Jeter.
And I respect that. I respect that because what we saw last night is quite frankly who he is, whether they win or whether they lose.
And you
So-
have to respect the guy's personality on what he is.
Right. And he's consistent. So I had to respect that part of it. But there comes a part in time where you have to deviate from your normal matrix and say, hey, fellas, it's time to step it up. And
But
that's
they
how
don't
you
want
know.
him
And that's how you know
They don't want him to.
they, as in coaches in front office.
Yeah. They've already made him have to stand in front of a damn microphone. Why? Think about this, Tone.
Hmm.
For Jalen Hurts to say something publicly and for him to have to voice his opinion. Remember I told you, then you become Doug Peterson, enemy number one. He said something after the Seattle game, and he had to go out and clarify that week what and who he was talking about.
That was the closest we ever got to Jalen Hurts
But
being
why
frustrated.
did he feel compelled to have to be a leader again when he would be confronted by the front office on what he meant?
He hurt somebody's
Because of
feelings.
the situation in the history of how they dealt with Wentz. Remember something, right now, his leverage is not as high as it was a year ago, because now there's going to be some people in the analytics department, because they're not football people, that will think he could turn it around, because they're not football people. This is who he is. This is what he's trending to be. Hey, remember something. A football person will go, get him better coaching. Let's start there.
Right.
But you know what
That's
an
my
analytics guy would say?
mindset. My mindset is get him better coaching first. Find out what he is then.
But the analytics guy's not going to say that.
That's common
But the
sense. though.
analytics guy hired the damn coach.
So basically, what you're saying is we got A, we got a long ass offseason ahead of us, and
Well,
B,
because
and,
his
and
philosophy
B,
is gonna
all
stay
this is
intact.
cooked. We're cooked. So is that what you're saying?
Well,
We're cooked.
Philosophy's going to stay intact until they believe they're wrong.
So what do you think it would take for them to say, okay, we got to
Another
change
bad
this?
year.
Another one?
Yeah. How about this? A bad start. And Hurts looks terrible. Because then you got money on the line and you got cap on the line.
Because the contract technically didn't kick in this year. So you think
17th of March.
right. So
That's the new calendar year.
so you think a rough start plus a rough
Yes.
start for Hurts
Yes.
will force them to really look in the mirror?
Yes. Because right now they think it's coaching. It's not.
But by then you're already in the thick of a season.
The season's lost.
Why not do our work early? It's common. If we can see what the issue is, and we're not even in the building.
Because you know why? You don't believe you're wrong. Hey, remember watch this. I'm going to talk to you now, Tone, like I'm them. Hey, kid, I've got 2 NFC title games and a Super Bowl. You got an opinion. I'm showing you this. I've won before. This is my way of doing it. I've never had a losing coach since I've owned a team. You could say whatever you want. I'm the winningest team in the NFC in the last 25 years. So all that opinion of yours is great and all. But I tell you what, 12 months ago, I was in a Super Bowl. And by the way, we had a shitty year this year. Hey, congratulations to you, Tone. I'm glad you're so spoiled. We won 11 games. Did we finish the way we wanted? No. So all that stuff you're talking, great. You know what my record is the last 2 years? NFC title, and I'm 25-9.
And you know what I say to
you
that?
start barking about me not knowing what I'm doing,
Right.
that's how they think, Tone.
No, I feel you. And you know what I say to that? Because I'm an asshole. I'll say, well, 30 years, 1 Super Bowl, 30 years, 3 Super Bowl appearances, 1 win. So
Doug?
I'm trying to figure out how successful are you really?
Hey,
Are we here for NFC East banners? Are we here for NFC
security.
Championship banners? Or which is it? Let me know,
Security.
Howie.
Security.
Let me know, Mr. Lurie.
I want his office cleaned out.
Hey, listen, bring me a cardboard box, bring me a dump truck, whatever you need. Carry it out for me. But one thing they gonna know for a fact is how I feel. See,
Who
listen,
do you
man.
think they think, like me or
30.
you?
They think more like what you were saying.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Yes. But 30, here's the thing, right? Are we in this for NFC titles or NFC East titles or Super Bowls? Because if they say Super Bowls, well, as far as I'm concerned, you failed 29 years out of 30.
Dude, the boat has to go down for them to believe it's them.
The boat isn't already down?
No, not
You just
your
hired
guys.
the coach 3 years
No,
ago.
the boat's got water on it. Do you think 11 wins is not sunk,
that's a
Tone?
bad way to do business,
Tone,
man.
3 straight years of playoffs, 11 wins. Do you really think they think the boat sunk? I don't.
See, I feel like the boat. I feel like the boat sank,
I think so too.
But
Do
if they're not seeing that, then we have bigger issues.
Do you think they believe the boat's underwater, or do you think it's taking water on? How they see it?
I'm glad you asked me that again. If I'm separating how I feel,
Yes.
do I believe that they believe that they're in trouble? No.
It's an easy
because
fix. Get another guy.
Because by their estimation, they're looking at it as first of all, based off of the Desai move, they already feel like that defense was being underutilized. So they already based off that move, they already put into their mind, no, it's not our players, it's the coaches. You know what I'm saying? So if I had to be on either side of the fence with that question, I don't believe that they believe that this ship is underwater yet.
Do you know why the defense is in the shape it's in?
They've cut corners and they can't draft.
Okay. Here's what it's so front office and personnel department driven. Tone, they don't want a scheme. What they want is one way of playing defense, which makes it easy to profile the type of player that they can bring in and go like this. Okay, I'm not going to pay $20 million for Roquan Smith, but I'll pay for a guy who kind of plays like him at $20 million cheaper. And what they do is it's the same kind of profile, but just at the dollar store versus shopping at Neiman Marcus. And they'll plug that guy in to a bend but don't break defense. And they profile the guys to fit and they plug and play. It's easy personnel-wise to go find a guy that would fit your scheme instead of bringing a coordinator in to change the scheme, to get his own coaches in there, to get a 43-34 look. Dude, do you understand the amount of money you have to spend when you change philosophical mentality on that side of the ball? You've got to change. You've got to find pass rushers. You've got to find lockdown corners. They've never had lockdown corners in there in the last 3 years. They've had center fielders. And I said they had center fielders a year ago.
So you think what they've done
on the quarterback last year? These guys are basically the same dude.
So I'm trying. So if I'm understanding you correctly, basically what you're saying is their defensive philosophy is based on their ability to sustain it financially.
Yes.
Not putting the most talented people in the best positions.
They want
to build. They have a framework for their defense.
Yes,
and they have predetermined price tags for each position on that field, and they're not going to deviate from that, even if the talent is spectacular. They have a framework, and they're not going to deviate from it. That's what you're saying.
That's why they don't change. That's why when they hire coordinators, how do you hire a brand new coordinator and don't change?
I'm totally with you on that.
And that coordinator doesn't bring his scheme in.
I've never heard of that before in my life. You hire someone new and they don't bring anything with them. So what are they here for? Just to do what you tell them to do?
Yes.
That's not how. Listen, I can't wait to hear our guy JAKIB. I can't wait because I know JAKIB will come with the heat.
Let me before I bring Gary Cobb in here, because remember Gary Cobb said last week, I want these guys at least to pick a chair up and hit someone over the head.
Right. Fight somebody, curse somebody out, do something.
I'll tell you what, man. The lack of will to play in that game last night was arguably a disgrace. That was a disgrace. Let's bring JAKIB in from Fox 29.
Yes, sir. Let's get him in.
Thanks a lot, Tone. I appreciate it, my friend. And we bring in Gary Cobb here, and we bring our friend up here and get his thoughts here in a second here. Hopefully we can bring him up and get him. I think maybe he's frozen a little bit there. See if we can get him in here. But what I was telling Tone was that, make no mistake about it, that's what that organization does. They don't want to bring a coordinator in so that that coordinator will come in and that coordinator, okay, will bring his own scheme in. All right, let's take a timeout. Hit the like button. Gary Cobb's going to join us here in a couple seconds. Keep it here on National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
Any professional sports coach will tell you there's no substitution for preparation. At Malamut & Associates, that is a tenet by which we live. We prepare from day one for victory. Anything less is not acceptable.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their fantasy pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. We're privileged every Monday and during the football season and really pretty much any time to get Angelo Cataldi and also Gary Cobb on with us. And these guys have been voices in Philadelphia talking about the Eagles. And Gary's been right from day one. Let's bring him in here from Fox 29. Gary, I got to tell you, the most disappointing thing last night was just the will to want to play. Give me your takeaway on what you took away from that and just your overall assessment on what happened in that debacle last night.
Well, you know, you really saw a lot of the things we've seen all year. I mean, the way that this team has gone south. I mean, the defense. I mean, tackling, are you kidding me? I mean, just like some kids, I know the first team I think I played on was like a Pop Warner team. I mean, and of course you see some things with the kids, but you understand these are kids playing. But this is professional football. And to see the horrible tackling by the defense where, just a simple out route and the guy's taking off, I mean.
How about the pursuit angles?
I tell you, it's just horrible. I mean, the pursuit and where a guy catches a simple route, he ends up running it in for a touchdown. Like this is a high school football. Now you see that in high school football because you got one kid out there that's much better than everybody. But this is pro ball, and not just pro ball. This is the playoffs. And you see that kind of play, and you see where, I mean, we talked about the blitz. They're going to blitz you guys. And to look at how horrible the offense looked against the blitz. Are you kidding me? I mean, they should have fired somebody right the time they went into the locker room after the game. How could you have a team go the whole year where teams are blitzing you and you have no adjustment? Are you kidding me?
How about guys getting benched last night, Gary? They benched Bradbury and they benched Hassan Reddick for not wanting to tackle. You're in a wild card game and it's one and done and you don't want to be there? I mean, have you ever seen anything like this covering an Eagle team?
I have never seen, I haven't been as disappointed in a team that you see a team that's got something to play for and to just like it's practice. It's like you're doing a walk. We got to walk through today, guys. We're going to walk through this. Coming out there, I mean, come on. You got the whole nation watching, because you're playing. You're the only game on. Everybody's watching you, and you don't have motivation, more motivation to go out there and be ready to play. And, there are going to be some changes, but my goodness, man.
You think that was a mute?
If I were Jalen, I'm going to be in somebody's face. Look, we have got to do. How can we have an offense where we have no adjustment for blitzing? We know that team is going to blitz us. I got guys coming off the corner at me, no pickup. The wide receivers are running deep routes. Are you kidding me? Nobody's breaking off a route. We know they're blitzing. I've never heard of anything like that.
Do you think there was a mutiny last night with the head coach?
I think that that some guys are clearly, I could see in their face, they don't have to say anything to me, that I know that they are totally spent on the fact, whatever, with the whole coaching with them. I mean, they got to be through with them. I mean, because, from having gone through it, you depend on your coaches. I mean, you know how much you depend on your coaches. And if they're not preparing you, and plus, I see the way, come on, look at the way the Packers, their offense was so prepared for the Cowboys. And we got good wide receivers. They were so far ahead of the way they took the Cowboys apart, the way they took advantage of. I saw the way they were jumping routes and everything. They made adjustments for that. Are you kidding me? You're going to compare what the Packers, how prepared they were, and you see the way the Eagles were, where they come out in a simple blitz. This guy off the corner, we don't have anybody to block him. There's no adjustment. I've always known, I've seen some of the best ever play. Blue, check, blue. They're getting out, they know you're coming. That's not professional football. I mean, it's not professional football. I'm sorry.
Gary, do you think Nick Sirianni should be fired?
What's that?
Do you think Nick Sirianni should be fired?
I don't know about him. I don't think they're going to get him. I definitely, there's some people that definitely need to get fired. And I think ultimately, Nick is not just making all the calls on the assistant coaches and everything. See, that's why he probably won't get the
there. I think that's what people are missing here. It's like, it's Nick doing what he's told. How do you fire that if he's doing what he's being told to do? And you think it's more that?
Yes. Nick, come on. Nick did not change defensive coordinators on his own without them having some say about it, meaning I'm talking about Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman. They had something to say about it. He wouldn't just go and do that on his own. And I know they have a big say about the players, what players are brought in. They have some say about that and everything. So because I know Howie Roseman's got his finger on pretty much everything, but Jeffrey Lurie, he has to say about something because they're interested, and you could tell that they're involved. So they had some say about it, but to have the poor, like I said, I'm looking at and talking and looking at the Green Bay game against the Cowboys and hearing all the adjustments they made and how prepared Green Bay was for the Cowboys. And I've been looking at the Cowboys all year, and I see the way they're jumping routes. You're going like, okay, you're going to jump that route like that. I'll tell you what, you're going to cut inside me. Okay, so they had it where, okay, the guy looks inside, and then he runs a corner, and that DB is done. He's out of position. He can, from looking at the tape, you said, now that's an outstanding job of coaching and preparing that team. They were prepared for the Cowboys. Why can't we get prepared for somebody? I mean, come on. You could see a guy's coming. I mean, come on. We know Todd Bowles is going to blitz. What is the surprise? Todd Bowles is going to blitz, and you're not ready for that. If it was my team, I'm coming in there with a machete. Okay? No way you're going to explain to me why this team is not ready for a blitz. We know these guys are blitzing. Todd Bowles is blitzing. 3 years ago, Todd Bowles was blitzing. He's blitzing. He's
still blitzing.
Why are you surprised? And they look the same way against the Giants. And they're surprised they're going to blitz. No preparation. Come on, get prepared. How am I going to pay somebody and they're not doing their job?
Gary, were you disappointed in Jalen Hurts last night?
Yeah. I mean, I thought that I don't really know so much if it's him. Is it the coaches? But I didn't like the way he played. No, I was definitely disappointed. And but
Gary,
I got to
doesn't
know
it
that
look
some
like
of that
he's
has got to
making
be
some
coaching.
business decisions?
Now he got
out
caught
there?
in the end zone with that with the safety. Come on, after a certain point, you got to get rid of the football. You got to get rid of the football. Don't be you can't be back there where you're trying to make something happen that's not going to happen. You got to give up on the play. And I think sometimes where he's hanging in there with the play too much. Hey, look, that play's done. Throw the ball away. But I understand, though, I mean, because I've seen this too much this season where they were not prepared for the rest of the league who made adjustments to the things they did last year. Why is it you're so surprised? I mean, you're surprised that they made adjustments. You went to the Super Bowl last year. Everybody's looking at your tape, and they made adjustments to what you did, and you're surprised. You're not ready to make any more adjustments. That's malpractice right there. That's malpractice. Because if you didn't know that they were going to be looking at you after you had, put up big numbers against everybody, and that people made adjustments. They were looking at your tape. They said, we are not going to let this happen this year. This is what we're going to do. And they took it away. The Eagles, with the whole year, they did not make adjustments. So the running game was not what it was, and the passing game. And clearly, they did not make adjustments. And then the way everybody else in the league utilizes motion. Do you see the way they utilize motion? I mean, you look at the way Green Bay was utilizing motion. We don't have anybody going in motion. Look. Because I was saying, one of the number one things is I'm bringing in a guy that knows how to utilize some motion. We don't know anything about it. And I know that Nick is the one that's deciding what they're doing offensively. That's his offense. And that is, I'm sorry. And I know that they're probably not going to get him right now. They could get him. He's done, he's made enough mistakes.
You think he's done enough to get fired?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Because I look at the offense. That's his offense. And they're running a blitz. And they're blitzing them, and they have no response. And you're surprised that this team that we knew was going to blitz are blitzing, and I'm sorry. And if it was Jalen, if he's the one solely doing, and it can't be because I see they're running deep routes. There's a free guy coming. What are you going to do? I mean, the quarterback is basically, come on, the guys are going down. Nobody's breaking off their route. I mean,
Gary,
I
do
don't
you
see that
think
as
this will
that's not
be?
pro football.
Do you think this will be a long process? Like, I mean, by a month? Do you think they'll see some changes in a week? What's next, do you think? How do you think this plays out here, knowing and having followed this team and covering this team, and especially this owner here? Because he did not look very happy in that box last night. You think this will be quickly done as they get ready for the upcoming offseason here?
I don't think it's going to be done quickly, no, because I think they're going to have to look around. And I'm hoping it's not done quickly because they need to do their homework to see, look, this is where we're behind, okay? We need to get people in here. If they got to get somebody off the Packers staff, if he's got to get somebody off of, let's say, the Rams staff, guys who are running an offense that's a creative offense, and you can see the things they're doing. They're guys that they are getting their guys open just by what they're doing with motion and what they're doing with the formation.
Gary, even the Texans, what they're doing.
Exactly, the Texans. That's exactly it. I didn't mention them, but you hit it right on the head. These guys had their offensive game plan was ahead of the Eagles, and they respond to the blitz. They make teams pay. You want to blitz us? We're going to make you pay. When have the Eagles made somebody pay for blitzing them? Still waiting for them to do something. And then defensively, just horrible. But I don't, I know some of that's coaching, but just fundamentals. Come on. And then for Javon Hargrave, who's out with the 49ers, for him to say that I'm just shocked at how much harder we work out here with the 49ers than we were working with the Eagles, that's an indictment. I'm sorry. For him to say that, and he's not the kind of guy that's just out talking.
No, he's not a hot talk guy.
No, for him to say that, that's an indictment that you're not prepared. Look, as serious as the people in Philadelphia are about this football team, you're going to just go through the motions, no adjustments made and stuff like that. I mean, I was ready to turn the thing off. I'm going like, man, come on. These guys are not ready. How could you not be ready for Todd Bowles blitzes? I mean, come on. That's a kid. That's a little kid does that. Comes in there. Hey, Johnny, did you do your homework? We're looking for this paper. Oh, what paper? What paper? The thing we've been talking about for the last week, and you didn't do it. That's what that's like. Only you got guys making millions of dollars, and the team's not prepared. Come on, man. What, Coach? What are we doing against blitz? Still, there's no answer. Somebody tell me what the Eagles are doing against blitz, other than Jalen running for his life.
Haven't seen it all year. How about this
Terrible.
one? How much accountability do you throw on Howie Roseman for the 23 season and the retooling and the hiring of? Remember something? These coaches and these coordinators were all signed off on by upper management, and a lot of the talent that's built. And I wonder if you heard what I said too, Gary, when it comes to schematics and scheme over on defense. I think they keep the things the same because it's easier on the front office and the personnel department to find guys to plug and play, and that's why they don't change the scheme. I mean, I've never heard a coordinator coming into a new place, offensively or defensively, and running the last guy's offense.
I know.
And you making those coordinators run the offense that's in there. I've never heard that.
I've never heard of that either. And I tell you, I'm just, what was going on this year with the defense. Again, that is, come on, man. You've got guys who you're prepared, and you know how all the work you do because you want to know that your assignment, you know how to play this. So the coaches are going to be very clear about this is what we're doing. And you start off in training camp. You're working on what you're going to be doing, and then you go and change it. But you got guys kind of trying to throw it together. Horrible tackling. Where you going like, man, this is pro football. That's not pro football. Come on, that's not pro football. I'm sorry. And to go in front of the nation and this is the way you're going to prepare. And you know, you had all year to prepare, and you show up, and this is what you put out there. I'm sorry.
What do you think? Now we'll end it here with this one. So the owner, in your opinion, do you, and Gary, I brought this up a couple minutes ago with my guy Tone here, and I did with Angelo too. Do you think that they believe that this is their problem, or do you think that this is a coaching problem that they can fix, and that this is going to take at least another half year before they hold themselves accountable for the direction of the team? Because, Gary, I see this team trending like it did with Doug as a 5-win team in 2 years. They're trending being a 5-win team unless they make a course change here. Do you think they'll do all the things they need to do in the offseason and have self-evaluation? Or do you think that they look at it and go, hey, we'll just change the coaches out and this thing will be okay again?
Well, you know, that's a very good point. As to which way I think it is, I think that they've got to be troubled by what they see. They definitely got to be troubled because they saw the way that how different this team was and how it's just headed down. You know, it's headed downward. So, but I don't know that they will. I don't think they will. They're going to fire Nick right away. I don't think they're going to fire him right away. So because, you know, he just got here, and the fact that, you know, they were 11-6, but I see it's a very troubling situation because they need some major overhaul, and I don't know if Nick can be the one to oversee it. In that, this was his offense. This was his offense. But in order to get to where they want to be with the rest of the league, and if I were Jalen Hurts, because see, Jalen Hurts has some power because he got a no cut. I mean, he's got guaranteed money, millions.
He's got a no trade.
So he needs to make some noise and say, hey, look, you know, I want some answers, and we'll see how it plays out. But it's a very troubling situation to look as bad as he has a lot of.
You think he'll have a lot of say in the offseason on who gets brought in there for the OC?
I don't know if he is. I don't know how he's going to respond, but I think he should have something to say. And because he clearly sees the way these other offenses are being run. I'm sure he got a chance to see what's going on with Green Bay, how they got young players, or for that matter, with Houston. Come on, you got these young quarterbacks. These guys just got in the league, and they got a more advanced offense.
All these guys, all these offenses. You know, Gary, we were just talking. When you watch Nico Collins and you watch the receivers in Green Bay, or even the guys up in Buffalo, or you watch McVay, they get these guys open. It just looks like it's one-on-one stuff with the Eagles. Hey, go make a play.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I mean, look at the Green Bay. Come on, it's just the way. As long as he had time, these guys are running a route and they are wide open. I mean, and come on, these are the same guys, you know, that the Eagles were. You know, Jalen's back there patting the ball. There's nobody open. These guys are wide open. And here you got quality receivers. Eagles have some quality receivers. And you're going to tell me you're just going to just run, like I said, you're right, which is like one-on-one routes. You got the other people with a scheme. And like I said, the utilization of motion. You look at the way the Rams do it. You look at the Dolphins. You look at Green Bay. All those are young offensive minds. We got to have that. Come on. How could you got to have that. And, and no adjustment for blitz. I mean, come on. They're probably going to be blitzing Jalen as he's going into his house. I mean, come on. It's crazy.
I mean, Gary, they were the most blitz football team in the NFL this year. What did you not think they were not going to do in that game?
Come on. Hey, when they were getting off the plane, Todd Bowles was blitzing them. Come on. Are you kidding me? And he told
the hotel bellman to start blitzing them.
That's right. Like I said, there were little kids telling mommy, I think the Bucs are gonna blitz the Eagles. Little kids, and the Eagles don't know they're gonna blitz them, and they got no adjustment. Standing over on the sideline, scratching your head. I mean, come on, man. You just can't make this stuff up.
So you're making the call they're not going to fire him.
No, I don't think they are, but it would take some courage to do it. But they have a grounds, because I think other people in the league look at this and go, people got to be giggling and laughing. Like, look at this.
You know what Angelo said in hour one? He goes like this. This is my next appearance. He's going to get a bottle of champagne, and he's going to pop the cork. And when they announce he's fired, he's going to have a toast, because this is what he said, that he's the worst coach he has seen in Philadelphia in his time covering the team. And he said that that's the worst meltdown in Philadelphia sports history since the 1964 Phillies.
I would have to agree with him. That was an awful, because of the fact they were not prepared. I mean, that was bad. That
you
was
think
really
that's
bad.
The worst? You think this right now, and I'll leave you on this one here. Do you think this is the worst run of football you've seen an Eagle team go through in your time as a player there?
Yeah,
in the league and covering the team, that's the worst run you've ever seen an Eagle team go through.
To see that ineffective preparation. Yeah, I mean, the worst. Come on, the worst. The guy's known for blitzing, and you're not prepared. How could you not be prepared? How could you not be prepared? I mean, and you got the nation watching. How could you? I mean, I don't understand that.
Gary, you know what it reminded me of? It was like watching a Brandon Staley coach team.
I mean, I'm just shocked. I don't know how. Like I said, we knew they were blitzing. They knew they were blitzing last year. You knew that Tampa Bay was going to be blitzing. And then when they blitz, it's like people on the side, hey, you know what? They're blitzing. I can't believe it, man.
Hey, were you not watching the game like this last night? What are they doing? I mean, the Bucs are beating. Hey, when they I said this, Gary, if the Bucs get going running the ball, this thing's over quick.
Yeah, you knew it. Yeah, that's right.
And when the Bucs started running the ball at 40, they're the 27th or 26th worst rushing attack in the league. And when they got that running game going, I went, this thing's over. They're not stopping them. And when they ran the ball for 120 yards on them.
I know. I mean, and you got
that's a team that scored 9 points last week.
Wow. I tell you, yeah, you're right. And they scored 9 points last week. They were struggling last week. This week, I mean, after looking at that game, I know some of the Tampa Bay fans are saying, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Get this. They scored 9 points versus Carolina.
I know. Yeah, you're right. Against Carolina.
Carolina.
Now, this is showing, and I know, this is malpractice where you got to look at your coaches and go, what are you doing?
Yes, that's what I did last night.
I mean, I was just
the entire staff out, both sides.
You could clean both of them out. I mean,
except for Stoutland, probably.
Yeah, except for Stoutland. You're right. Yeah. And hey, this is the thing too. This is kind of funny. Going to the bowl last year, going to the bowl, they had the worst special teams. The only thing that looked decent was the special teams.
Michael Clay's the safest. Who would have thought this? Michael Clay's the safest guy in the building right now. He's had the best year. If you're going to give an award, right, for the most improved coordinator in the Eagles, it's Michael Clay.
Michael Clay? What do you say? You just can't make this stuff up.
Boy, I'll tell you, man. Philadelphia's on fire with this guy right now, man. They want this guy's ass.
Yeah, I can see it. You know what? And I mean, if they fired him, it would be fair. it would be fair because that job, having that team that unprepared. Come on, the little kids say, "Hey, you know what? My dad said they're going to be blitzing the Eagles." Yeah, they're going to be blitzing. And you got guys show up and you're not ready for the blitz. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Gary, what would be the reason you're not prepared for that?
I'm trying to figure that out. I can't figure that out.
Do you think that's an analytical call?
What kind of offense?
What kind of
offense are you running?
You know what? Because you and me know this. A coach, when something's not working, a coordinator or an old school football coach that we were around would come up with something to try to counter our deficiencies.
That's right.
On a weekday basis. But this is something that went on all year. Why? What is it say about a coach that you have in the building that won't address for 18 weeks your number one deficiency when it came to defending the blitz, and you refuse to defend it for 18 weeks?
Come on.
Who's making that call? That can't be a coach, Gary.
I mean, you make a good point. But I know, though, that Nick was saying, this is my offense. Now, you know what? That statement right there is what they use again when they call him in there to hack him. Listen to this statement. He indicted himself. You said this is your offense. And the other thing is, with the power that Jalen has, now, of course, he's just stepping into it, and he didn't have a good season either. But with the position he's in, he got to make some noise. He got to say, "Hey, what do I like, dude?" You got to say, "Look, I don't want to be running for my life on blitzes again like that." I mean, come on,
Gary. Would you ever consider bringing Belichick in?
I think it's something you could consider. Yeah, I think it's something you
because of his defense.
But I don't think they will because
you bring in Frank Reich to change the offense around, and then you bring in Bill as the head guy.
You would have competence. I'll tell you that. You would have competence.
Right?
Yeah. You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that.
Hey, Gary, we'll see what happens by the end of the week. This should be pretty interesting. This should be pretty interesting. Gary,
it should be very interesting to see what happens. But I could tell. I mean, you saw Jeffrey Lurie walking down that hall.
Did you see that face that he had last night?
Hey, that was the proper face.
That was a pissed off dude last night.
That's what it was. And it was rightfully so.
Yeah.
Because you're in front of the nation. Come on, all the Eagles fans got to go. Here we are making a big deal about this team. And you're going to have this humiliating performance. Humiliating. Come on. Totally. This is totally unprepared. And it's not like where Tampa Bay did anything we didn't know they were going to do. But then we're not prepared for that. It's going like, exactly what were you guys doing in the meeting rooms? I want to see the tapes of those meetings there. What could they have been talking about?
Yeah, hey, I'm with you, man. How do you do the same shit for 18 weeks and not make an adjustment to something that Hey, get this. At least with the Titanic, Gary, those poor souls on the boat didn't know it was going to hit the iceberg. You know it's going to hit the iceberg. You know it. And you still won't jump off the boat. I mean, you still know it. Jump on the iceberg. Do something. Get on there with Rose. Do something. I mean, Jesus Christ.
What they wanted to do is every time they saw a blitz, they call a running play. Okay, do that. What? But you have no plan? It's like you over there on the sideline. Hey, Todd Bowles is blitzing. Hello?
Let me go. Hey, Gary, thank you, my friend.
Hey, have a good one.
You got it, man. Gary Cobb, Fox 29. Don't forget to get him over on Twitter as well, but he's dead on with everything we're saying. By the way, I saw somebody say something in here about Frank Reich and adjustments. Well, let me hook you up here, kid, on adjustments. Frank Reich did not want Bryce Young as the quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. He wanted C.J. Stroud. That's a fact. And that's why he was fired. And the reason he didn't change and adjust for him and do in-game adjustments, because Stroud couldn't handle the adjustments. And he couldn't handle the adjustment package. That's why there were no in-game adjustments for Bryce Young. He couldn't handle it. And they didn't have the offensive line to block for it, for in-game adjustments. So you think you know something, and you don't know anything. David Tepper got in the way of the guy who he wanted. I'm not asking Frank Reich to come in and be my head coach. I'm asking Frank Reich to come in and win a Super Bowl as a coordinator like he did for you when he was in Philly. That's what I'm asking him to do. So let's get priorities and let's get job assignments, okay, with proper context here. I'm not asking you to hire Frank as the head football coach, which they could possibly think. Frank's a good coach. You work for an asshole like you have in Indianapolis and another asshole in Carolina. Two biggest assholes you got in NFL are Irsay and Tepper. I don't know. You tell me. Okay? You tell me. So before you start throwing shade on Frank, Frank delivered you a Super Bowl. Coached up Foles to bring the greatest moment in the history of Eagle football. Think about that before you start talking shit on him. We're not asking him to be the head coach. Okay? Completely different. We're talking about job descriptions and job titles. All right? Saw somebody throwing in there saying that Frank's problem that he didn't have in-game adjustments. Bryce Young couldn't handle it. Personally, I don't know if Bryce Young's an NFL quarterback. I know that guy in Houston is. And boy, has he changed the model of Ohio State quarterbacks. Okay? Sills, ain't you happy we're out of the playoffs? Stupid. Stupid. Now you know what I feel. Now you know how I... Dude, I don't give a shit about that stuff. I don't root for anybody to be out of the playoffs. I tell you what's going to go on or what I think happens. Rooting for you to fail. I don't root for anybody to fail. You fail, not me. Players fail. Coaches fail. Nick Sirianni fails. Not rooting. I don't root for people to fail. You do that on your own. People fail on their own. Don't need me to root for you. All right, we're going to reset so I could throw up for one more hour. What a debacle. Has to be the biggest disgrace in Eagle history. I mean it. Wow. What a disgrace. Hit the like button. Final hour, power hour. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
Any professional sports coach will tell you there's no substitution for preparation. At Malamut and Associates, that is a tenet by which we live. We prepare from day one for victory. Anything less is not acceptable.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their fantasy pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Complete disaster. What next? Nothing. Nothing. Because just like some of you in here, you don't think there's anything wrong. You think I'm the problem. Or blaming me like you did all year. Jacoby Dean, Jordan Davis, your draft, your inferior coaches, your inexperienced coordinators. You said I was crazy. I said all those things would come back to haunt you. And it did. And it did. I said, Hurts will take a step backwards. And he did. All those things. The only thing I was really wrong on, I actually thought your defense would get better. I did. That I was wrong on. I didn't think Jalen would play 17 games. But as predicted, he wouldn't throw for 4K again. And it's now 3 years. He's got to be the only $50 million quarterback. Well, no, that's not true because the guy in Baltimore is that guy too. He's that guy too, so they're kind of in the same boat together. Not 4,000-yard passing guys. Not a lot of stats when it comes to those guys. It is winning. And for a positive here, Jalen sucked and he won 11 games. Hey, I'd rather suck and win 11 games and get to the playoffs than suck and be a 3-win team like Arizona. Something to build on. The expectations you set for the team were over the top and not attainable. Niner fan here, you guys need to draft linebackers. Hey, my friend, them drafting linebackers is a bad idea. He can't. He needs to sign a veteran linebacker. Why would you consistently why would you put a guy? And to your point, now, if you want to change that and go, they need linebackers, I'm good. But to ask Howie Roseman, here's the positions I would never ask Howie Roseman to draft to try to make the defense better. Corners, linebackers, edge rushers, He can't. You need to sign guys. The same way Baltimore signed Roquan Smith. Howie Roseman is not very good as a talent evaluator outside O-line and D-line. And by the way, now your quarterback, let's make a fair assessment on Jalen. 98 or 2021, 2022, 2023. 3 completely different dudes. Who is he? I don't know. Is Jalen a franchise quarterback? With those 3 years on what he's accomplished, is Jalen Hurts a franchise? That's a great question. On what you've seen in 3 years, is Jalen Hurts a franchise quarterback? Two and 3 in the playoffs. Horrific performances in Tampa, both games. Great in the Super Bowl. The rest of them, he's only had one really good playoff game. That was the Super Bowl. Other than that, they've not been great. What would lead you to believe that Hurts is a franchise quarterback? Can't win without AJ. That's for damn sure. Then again, Brock Purdy can't win. Brock Purdy can't win without Debo. So and I'm not sure about Burrow in Cincinnati, so don't be offended by that. I know that guy in Buffalo, though. I'll tell you what. He does have Stephon Diggs, and that guy in Kansas City has one guy too. I'll tell you what, man, those guys don't need a lot of dudes around them. But I watched Josh Allen with that cape last night. What did he do? 202, passing the ball, 3 touchdowns, 74 yards rushing, 21 of 30, 275 yards of total offense. And that weather up there had 4 TDs against a Pittsburgh team with Mike Tomlin. That guy don't need much, I'll tell you that. Dan, 100% on all count. What's with Jalen Hurts? 1,000-mile stare in the bench all the time. Mayfield was rallying his teammates. Certain guys have different demeanors. Certain guys have different approaches. Mac Jones, one good season. Hurts, one good season. They're not Jalen's not a bum. Not yet. I'm not going there with the bum. But by the way, let me say this about Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis has got a ton of talent. He's just a fat ass. And the disappointing thing about Jordan Davis, and you hear fat ass, you can change fat ass. Hurts is not a bum. He's not a bum. Okay? He's not. He's worked too hard to get where he is to be a bum. Okay? He's worked too hard. I'm with Angelo. I'm not there calling him a bum. I will say this. You paid him too soon. And you rushed him too soon. What was the rush to get to where you are right now, where you thought he would be so far ahead of an inexperienced coordinator? You gave him the money and you gave him a guy who's not qualified to be around him. How do you come up with that mentality? Here's my number one. It's like, here you have a movie and you have Tom Cruise and you hire the least experienced director to direct Tom Cruise. Do you think Tom Cruise is going to jump out of a window for a director who doesn't know what he's doing? Why would he do that? You don't know what you're doing. I'm not doing that. You put quality people around quality people to get quality results. It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense unless you're penny pinching. Nick Sirianni makes $6 million. You know, the Iowa coach makes $10 million a year. Kirk Ferentz. I can name you 35 coaches in college football that make more money than your head coach. How crazy is that? Lincoln Riley makes $15 million a year. He doubles what Nick makes. I mean, he's not really compensated well. He's not paid he's paid like $6 million a year. That's on the scale of things. He'd be like the 50th highest paid college guy. College football pays a ton of money today. You know, Brian Kelly makes $10 million a year. The coach LSU. Shit, the guy at my school. Mario Cristobal makes $10 million. I mean, Nick's not really okay. You got a poor head coach. I mean, just the lack of wanting to. By the way, the players are not off. I just got to Jalen here. How about everyone else? Where was Brandon Graham last night? Where was Jason Kelce? Is that how you want to end it? Did you really think walking out there like that in your final games, you didn't man up? Or is it you didn't want to? Guys getting benched. A.J. Brown reportedly in Atlantic City and not with his team. What is going on over there? It's a country club. Man, it must be really great to be an Eagle because you don't have to worry about shit over there. Your job, your reputation, your legacy. You don't have to worry about nothing. Because you know what they'll do? They'll control the narrative. They'll control the local guys. The local guys will lie and tell you that Nick was in charge the whole time. Or maybe that's it. I can't tell you how many reporters that I listen to on all of our shows, except mine. Oh, no, even mine. And listening to the radio on how many people came out and said, Nick Sirianni made all the hires for all the assistants. All the decision-making was his. He was the guy picking the roster. He was the guy picking the talent. Well, none of that was true, ever. And I never believed a second of it. But all you guys did. Why? Why would you give that thing the benefit when you know that that's not true? Is it really over key fob? Why would you give people locally that impression that he had any say in anything? See, what you're doing right now, you're using Nick as a scapegoat. Dan, I would like to apologize for you for all the times I laughed at your takes this year, for the comments on your tweets. You were right about everything. From now on, I will pay attention. Anton, listen, I'm not right on everything. Okay? I'm not. And I appreciate that very much. And I thank you. Okay? And we thank you for your contribution. Thank you. Anton, I'm not making those comments or tweeting that stuff because I'm looking for hot takes. I'm not a hot take guy. Some of you think I am. I think it's just the delivery, like Xander says it is. Because I use words like never or whatever, how I deliver it. But I'm not really a hot take guy. I guess sometimes it just comes out that way. I don't sit at night thinking of hot takes. I don't. I don't think it. Do you really think this is a hot take? Nick Sirianni should be fired immediately. That's a hot take? Or is that truth? Jalen Hurts played like shit last night. Is that a hot take? Jalen Hurts needs to have a come to Jesus conversation about leadership. Is that a hot take? That's not a hot take. But you're not going to get that in Philly. You know why? Because the Eagles will call up those radio stations and shit, they call up my boss, Xander and Joe, all the time about how I talk. But they got a set of nuggets on them and a set of cannolis on them. Okay? Why do you think guys like Charles Barkley don't leave TNT? You know why? They protect him. That's why he's nowhere else. TNT's got his back. It does, as long as we don't make it personal. When you start lying to me, like some of the press conferences Sirianni had this year, then you start me having to come out and be personal. Because lying is personal. When you start making lies up about infamous situations that didn't happen, and you're trying to lead people astray, and you're bullshitting people for your own self-interest, that's when it becomes personal. Your play calling, that's football stuff. But when you start lying like the way you did all year, you lose trust, and everyone in that locker room has lost trust in him because he's a liar. Dude, the Philadelphia Eagles are run by two people, the GM and the owner. That's all you need to know about everything. All decisions are made by the owner and the general manager. Nick hasn't been fired yet, and I'm worried. Well, wait, Billy Ray. Why would you fire Nick Sirianni if Nick Sirianni did everything he was told to do? He's been to 3 playoff. Here, let's play the devil's advocate in that. Why would you fire a guy you told him to do everything you told him to do? He's been to 3 years in a row playoffs. He's got the greatest win percentage in the history of Philadelphia Eagle football, and he's been to a Super Bowl, and he's won an NFC title. Okay, it wasn't the way you liked it, and in a shitty ending, he still won 11 games. How are you firing that? You can't fire something like that if you told the guy to do it. Because they're an accomplice in this. Don't you get it? If you fire Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman, and Jeffrey Lurie are accomplices in that. They're accomplices in the crime here. And they can't detach themselves as much as they'd like to. Okay, as much as they like to. And for the record, do you know what got really Doug fired? Was the rift between Wentz and Foles. That's what got him out. Same reason that got Schottenheimer out in San Diego when he was 14-2, and he wanted to stick with Breeze. And management wanted to go with Rivers. Ray Lewis was in disbelief about the tackling of the Eagles, said he has a hard time watching today's football. Yeah, because he was watching the pursuit angles. They had none. They're not coached to tackle. That's a CBA thing too, a little bit. Tackling techniques in today's NFL, there's very few professional tacklers in the NFL today. Okay? Very few professional tacklers. I considered myself every time I always was on one of the top defenses. Any sport, any league I played in. I mean, I was a defensive tackle, and I averaged 100 tackles a year. You will never find that in today's college. I think the best year Jordan Davis, your guy, ever had was 20. I had 100. I did more in 1 year than he did in 4. I mean, to be a true professional tackler, it takes technique, skill, teaching my daughter footwork, pursuit angles. Tackling is not just something that you have to want to do it and you have to practice doing it. It's not something you just go, Jacoby Dean, go play Mike linebacker. What a tragedy that was. I told you, Jacoby Dean will never play Mike linebacker for the Eagles ever. And all of you were like, well, how do you know? And then I went, I'll relent one thing. I don't know if he's good or not. I just know he's not built for the NFL. This guy's going to be superstar. I'm not. You know how many people were saying this? I'm not worried about him. I'm like, you should be. 34 plays, Mike backer. Instead, you went out and got trash cans to replace him. Hey, man. Howie Roseman's got to wear this. He's an accomplice. Hey, folks, if you're going to mention that you want Nick Sirianni fired, the crime scene has two other accomplices, the owner and the GM. Don't let the accomplices off the hook. They drove you to the murder scene. They're held accountable in a court of law, too. Players looked annoyed when they had to go back out there and try 4th and 5. That said it all about how the players feel about the coaches. You know what, Bill? 4th and 5, get your ass out there and play. Get your ass out there. You're not a coach. Go play. Okay? Go do your best. Don't talk to players. Do not talk to players like they're 7-year-olds. Talk to them like they're men. Hey, you're not getting it done. You suck today. I cannot believe I've never heard a press conference with Nick going, yeah, we weren't very good. Instead, I got these kumbaya things. Hey, we get up off the thing, we go back into there, we're gonna, go, we're gonna go high, we're gonna try, we're gonna do it. I was like, Jesus, criminy guy. I heard that shit in junior bitty football. Some high school coach talking to me like that. Henry High School. That guy's a high school coach. Henry High School. Pro guys don't need pep talks. Stop with that motivating. Hey, don't you think, Sills, that, he lost the room because he couldn't motivate his players? Jesus criminy. Let me ask you guys something. Will you stop talking to these guys once again like they're 10 years old? You get a $30 million paycheck, or you're making $10 million a year. What motivation do you need? You guys are way over your rails with that. That Henry High School motivation shit. I've never been motivated when I get paid $29,000 a week and having some guy tell me about some pep talk. You got it wrong. That shit's for college and high school. When someone's giving you pep talks, when you're a pro, every direct deposit Tuesday, when that thing hits my bank, that's all the motivation I need, or when I hit a bonus. Guys are talking to me about, well, he lost the room. What are you talking about? You think these guys are children? See, that's a disrespectful conversation that you have about today's athlete. You think they're kids and stupid. That's why I've always had an ass with media people and people that look down on athletes, because you think we're not smart and you think we're not motivated and self-motivated, so you talk down to us. And now I'm going to be honest with many of you here. When you people and all the folks that I hear say that shit, do you know that rubs me such a wrong way that you insult my intelligence, that I don't know the difference between motivation and going out and doing the best of my ability and playing to the best of my ability because I need a pep talk or have my dad talk to me is so condescending that most of you look down on athletes and don't have any respect for them. And you say you do and you don't, because that's the way you talk to them. Disgusting. You have no respect for athletes. And anyone who says that, you have no respect for us. The hard work you put into something, the shit you put into things, to be condescending and talk down to you, that I need a motivation speech and I'm making a paycheck of $25,000 a week, is condescending. It's condescending. It's like, hey, I hope your wife gives you a great pep talk before you go out and lay the bricks in that driveway down the street. I know your wife got you up this morning so that she could get you motivated and got your coffee and your breakfast, and she motivated you and said, hey, go do the best you can today. I know it's cold out, and I know, I'm here for you. Yeah, right. Like, that matters. It's condescending. I hear those guys like Bayless, and I hear Coward, and I hear people even like in the Philly market making those comments like that. It's condescending. You have no respect for athletes and their intelligence. Like, they don't know the difference between motivation, true motivation, and being motivated by some pep talk. Sirianni's lost the room. Sirianni never had the room. The day I signed my contract had me. Now, him putting me in poor positions to succeed, that's one thing. That's another conversation. Okay? But by the way, we have fun in here, but I don't insult your intelligence sometimes unless it's football conversation. But as a human, I don't. I'm not condescending to you when it comes to your intelligence and who you are. You are to me because I'm an athlete, and I'm maybe because I'm Italian or because I'm a broadcaster. And so you're condescending constantly, some of you. But that's okay. I accept it. And I have for years. And that's why most of you don't like me. But that's okay. Because you have no respect for me. Because I happen to come from the sports angle and broadcasting at the same time. It's okay. And this is not about feeling sorry for, no, it's just a conversation. Lost the room. Okay? Lost the room. Can't be any more condescending than that. Okay? Can't be. No, Yell, I'm not saying I'm the only real guy here. That's not what I'm saying. Once again, took 5% of what I said and you rolled it into your narrative. Again, condescending and pointing me into a direction where I put everyone in a sandbox. I don't. You do. Yeah, I'm kidding. We're good. Right? When Smith and Sirianni was having words on the sideline, I knew we was heading downhill. Okay? All I'm saying is that Sirianni losing the room, guys, he never had it in the first place. My God, I thought I was watching a Brandon Staley game. The Bucs completely just dominated. It was maybe one of the most embarrassing games. It has to be one of the most embarrassing games that organization has had in the last 50 years. I don't know how you get outplayed by Baker Mayfield, who just had more energy. The team had more energy. The Bucs wanted to be there. It was insane. By the way, I can't wait to watch Jordan Love and Brock Purdy and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes this weekend. I can't wait to watch what that thing's going to look like. That's going to be off the charts great. Well, I mean, the Buccaneers and the Lions, Mayfield and Jared Goff. I don't know. Two guys that were thrown away as trash cans. Hey, Yale, do we not agree? Think about where Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield were 3 years ago. You know where they were? They were being considered bridge quarterbacks. Now they both have playoff wins this year, and they're going to be battling each other in the divisional round in the NFC playoffs. Talk about how your fortunes change. How about that? Let me ask you this. Do you think Baker Mayfield's contract in the offseason is going to start with a 3 or a 4? You think it's going to start with a 3 or a 4? His new 3-year contract he's going to get. $3 or $4? I'm talking 30 million, 40 million. I'm not paying Baker Mayfield $40 million. No way. I think he's going to make 36 million, something in there. I think it'll be like a Geno Smith deal, 37, 36 for 3 years, guaranteed money. It'd be something like that. How about this? Wait now. If he beats Detroit, it starts with a 4. If Baker Mayfield beats Detroit in Detroit, it'll start with a 4. I say 4. He is such a young guy. He is. He may flirt between 37 and 42. He wins that playoff game in Detroit, it's more going to be towards the 42. Let's play one more here before we reset what happened last night. Tagovailoa. Does it begin with a 4 or a 5? If you're the Dolphins, Chris Greer came out today and said, we want him. And we want him to be here. Will Tagovailoa's contract start with a 4 or a 5? Remember, concussions, had a great year, couldn't beat big teams. 3. They're not paying. Tagovailoa's not making $30 million. 2 will be the high 4s. 46? Like something you see in Arizona? 46-1? Like that tone? 46-1 for Tua? Somewhere around there between 46 and 50? I think you hang in there. 3-year contract. Something in there. 46 and 50. Okay. I agree. I agree. Paying Hurts that money. And, I didn't want to do it at the time. However, he had such a massive growth. I don't fault him. The fault is not in the money. The fault is in the environment around him. I'm going to be laced with a massive amount of off-ramps for Tua, yes, because of concussions and such. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yale says they had to. Yale, you know what? I'm not the 50 million, honest to God, the 50 million doesn't really rag me that bad with Jalen. What bugs me is how they went about dealing with the environment around him. They didn't act like get this. Is this fair when I say this? Sure, you paid Hurts that money, but you still treated him like a second rounder. And you go, what do you mean second rounder? Well, look at the things you put around him. You put an experienced quarterback coach, the coordinator, the scheme, Nick. You put all these things around him that were going to be a precursor to failure. Like Baltimore did everything right. They drafted a wideout, got an experienced wide receiver, and got a great coordinator for him and paid him the money and treated him like the first pick and a franchise guy. They looked at Jalen more like a centerpiece or a figurehead, like it's on your car hood, and said, here's our guy. Yeah, well, not really. What's under the hood? You cut costs on coaching? Salary cap increases each season. You need to have some of your draft picks play well and make it through. Yeah, but remember something. The salary cap, you're assuming the salary cap is going to go up more than 18%. The salary cap only goes up 18% each year. That doesn't fit much of what people are doing today when it comes to structuring a cap. And you're paying guys $50, $60 million at the quarterback position and $25 million at wideouts now. It only goes up 18%. Coaches changed the hell out of this. Coaches changed the hell out of his game. They get this, Maniac. Coaches changed the hell out of his game because you didn't hire coaches. You hired coaches on training wheels. You know, the two biggest mistakes I've seen this year in coaching was that psychotic experiment that the 49ers were trying to run with Trey Lance in the offseason and in the preseason. Finally came to their senses and said, we're moving this guy. This guy ain't moving. This ain't happening. You got a Super Bowl roster, and you were going to go into the football season, and you were going to go through an experiment at quarterback. When you got a roster like that, somebody had a come to Jesus conversation in that building and said, we're not doing that. And they traded him to Dallas and went with Purdy. They finally moved off that. And get this, it landed them the number one seed in the NFC because they decided the right thing. They weren't going to go with an experimental quarterback with a Super Bowl roster. The Eagles went along with a Super Bowl quarterback and an inferior coordinator. Hence, that's why you're where you are, going home. The yearly salary cap increases don't really change much if people are being true students of the situation. Absolutely correct. It's the balancing of the cap that makes these great places understand. Why do you think New England, do you know what the secret sauce in New England was? They never paid guys the highest paid position players at any time, at any place, at anybody, and anyone, including Brady, during the 19 years or 20 years that Brady and Belichick were together in New England. Nobody was the highest paid player ever in New England. No wide receiver, no corner, no D tackle, no O lineman, no quarterback, no running back, nobody. They had a balanced cap. They had a salary cap that was balanced. It was never top heavy. Like, look at the Eagles. You're top heavy. Your defense, you pay no money. All your money's on offense. And that's why you have an unbalanced cap. And that's why you have to retool that defense every year. And you have to gamble that you land on the right guys. Some years you do. Some years you don't. Some years you may. Some years you kind of do. Some years you don't. One year you have a really great year. And the next year you have a fall-off year. You have an unbalanced salary cap. As good as Howie is at constructing the deals, he's not very good at constructing the cap period. Like, it's an unbalanced cap. All your money's on offense. All your money's on offense and at the corner position. Other than that, there's no money anywhere else. It's all on offense. Corners, that's it. Rest of it are just fill-ins. That's not the case in New England. That's not the case in winning organizations. They have balance through their cap everywhere. That's why they have backups in Buffalo that can step in. You know why? They're only paying one guy or two guys in Buffalo, Diggs and the quarterback. The rest of them are not being paid. There's nobody else being paid up in Buffalo. Who's being paid in Kansas City? Do you know that Travis Kelce's the fourth highest paid tight end? It's the quarterback and no one else. Chris Jones is. Chris Jones makes big money. There's three dudes in Kansas City that make money. The rest of it's a balanced cap. Who makes money in Baltimore? Quarterback, linebacker. The left tackle makes money. And in Philly, offense, corners, that's it. Let's be real. If Howie hit on the draft picks and Lurie could get out of his own way, this team would have 3 Super Bowls by now. Gator Boy, that's correct. And as I told you before, you see, you guys just look at the Justin Jefferson loss, and you look at the Justin Jefferson loss as being, well, they picked the wrong receiver. I don't look at it just the wrong receiver. I look at the financial ramifications of that. And I brought this up to you a couple of days ago. It's not just the fact that you lost the pick and the player because he's a talented guy, but you lost the equity of time in building your team and spreading the money out in other places that you could create depth. $40 million went to a wideout. Do you understand that you lost the pick and Rager and $40 million? And that's why Howie doesn't really do well when it comes to wideouts. And all the mistakes he makes, he covers them in free agency and salary. Well, you lose the equity of time in building a roster and stability on what Jeff Kerr talks about all the time when it comes to stable rosters. He doesn't have a stable roster. It fluctuates every year. I would say that your Eagle roster turns over more than any team in the league or as much as any high-end team because of free agency and the way they do business. DeAndre Swift's not back. I mean, you got a ton of people that are going to be out of that building. Every linebacker's gone. You're going to have to find a whole new crew of linebackers. Khalid goes, I'm tired of ifs. Yeah, there's very few certainties in that roster right now. Absolutely. Look, I believe in Jalen Carter. I think he's a star. And I'm good with him. I think he had a fabulous year. Terrible ending. Not what we wanted. I wanted him to be finished stronger, but it didn't. That's okay. I think he's a talented football player. But Howie's got high-end turnover every year. He lost 5 of his top tacklers in the offseason and replaced them with nobody. You couldn't replace Kaiser White. You know, and we've talked about this. We talk about this. Look, would you agree? Hey, Sills, do you really want to pay Kaiser White $7 million? No. Okay. Who are you replacing him with? Nicholas Morrow? That's not a replacement. That's not a replacement. You know, again, who are you replacing him with? You couldn't replace the replaceable. Dan, you would pay him? No. You paid the guy a year ago $1.5 million, and you got him off the Charger roster. Okay? Chargers didn't want to release him. You hit there. But you replace him with a guy who got fired in Chicago. And I'll tell you something else that hurt them. You know what hurt Nicholas Morrow too? I told him maybe you can agree or not agree, but that dicking around by putting Nakobe Dean back in and out of the lineup when he was healthy, the kid was playing good ball. And you know what you did? You took the chemistry away from that. And the guy was picking up and he was He wasn't, and he was one of the higher rated guys in the league at the time. Instead of trying to build the kid's confidence up, your ignorance and your ego, because you drafted him in the 3rd round and your propensity to want to be right, put him back in the lineup. What you did was you stunted both growths. And you walked them both back. You really had a chance to grow them all. But you didn't because you were in such a hurry and you had to be right. And by the way, once again, I'm not suggesting to you that Derek Barnett was some sort of like easy guy to coach or what have you. He had a bunch of years in Philly to make it happen, and he didn't. But I do not believe that there's any coincidence. He gets around D'Amico Ryans, and D'Amico Ryans knows how to use his talent. And all the things you thought about when he came out of Michigan on what you thought he could be, he looks it now in Houston. Bill Moss, who we've had on, was former Rookie of the Year with the Kansas City Chiefs. I tweeted out, is it me or is this guy Derek Barnett a force now with the Texans? And he's like, no shit. What is that about? I mean, D'Amico Ryans has that guy playing like his hair's on fire. You have to understand, when you miss on draft picks, you miss on length of time and equity of time so that you don't have to overpay. Look at the Packers, how young they are. They're not spending a shitload of money. Look at how young they are. They're young everywhere. Young at the quarterback position. They're young at the receiver position. They're not spending a ton of money on them guys. They're getting equity of time to build a roster up. When you lose the equity of time, that's how the dynasty was built in New England. Brady was a 6th rounder. He had 3 years to build that roster up around him. And that's why you built that roster last year, because Jalen was on a 2nd round contract. Let's take a time out here. We'll finish this thing up here. What's next? Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
Any professional sports coach will tell you there's no substitution for preparation. At Malamut & Associates, that is a tenet by which we live. We prepare from day one for victory. Anything less is not acceptable.
Underdog Fantasy has a way for you to play alongside your favorite football team all season long with their fantasy pick'em game. You pick between 2 to 5 players, select whether they'll go higher or lower on one of their stats, then do what you usually do on a Sunday, watch the games. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's a fantasy game, and the Sports Betting Show wants you to get involved. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you sign up, use the promo code WIN, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
EAGLES, Eagles.
I want to clarify something with Eagle fans and football fans in general. I think the people that come here and watch our show on a daily basis are some of the most intelligent people I've ever had conversations with, and passionate. So I don't want you ever to feel that I don't appreciate that, because I do. You have other options, and I appreciate it very much. Sometimes my passion gets the best of me. Here, I'll say this one more time to you guys, that my passion's my greatest asset, but it's also my greatest weakness. Okay? It's my greatest weakness too. So I want you to know that, you know, as passionate as I can get, sometimes it gets the best of me. It's cost me jobs. It's cost me relationships. So I'm not trying to be smushy here or anything, but I do want you to know that it's appreciated that you come here each and every single time. Okay? And I just want you to know that, because a lot of you come here all the time and we go back and forth. And by the way, I wouldn't have it any other way. So I just want you to understand that. And so if I offended some of you by saying some things earlier, and I kind of felt like shit too when I said it after. So I apologize if I did, because I didn't mean it to be directly at an individual or anybody. It's just sometimes how I see the media people and how they look at athletes. They look down on us because they think we're stupid, or I'm Italian. You know, when I was younger, I used to get really offended by that. Now I don't so much, because now I don't care as much. Okay? Look, what's next? It's going to be an interesting next couple days. I think there has to be. I like the fact that nothing's been done. I'll tell you why. I think you should have a cooling off period. I think you should chill, sit, and assess, and then move forward. Okay? That's how I think everything should be done. You're good, Sills. Now stop getting soft. Yep, that's exactly correct. That means it's time to hit the hay here. Hey, I appreciate you guys very much. We are going to be in for a tidal wave over the, hey, am I right, Tone? This thing's going to be a tidal wave over the next couple days here. We got playoff football still, but at the end of the day, we have, as the Philadelphia Eagles turns here over the next month, couple days, it's going to be interesting to see. I want to thank again Xander, Big Joe. Thank you guys so much. I want to thank Gary Cobb and Angelo for coming on today, and Tone just absolutely keeps killing it. Couldn't do the show without you, my man. I appreciate you very much, and I thank you for what you bring to the show. Yeah, Tone's like, this ain't going to be a long season, man. Long off season here. It is. Till tomorrow, 2 to 6. We'll see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.